South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
We are back to normal time on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig hanging out with you. Still filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle, and streaming live on YouTube and X at 973 ESPN. Well, for those who didn't hear, I did make it in yesterday. We did a show yesterday. It was a little bit chaotic. I'll admit that, but we did it. We did a show, and now we got a full 4-hour tour because it is no coincidence, folks, that Nick Sirianni and the Eagles are speaking today. Yes. Coming up in about 45 minutes from now, Howie, Roseman, and Nick Sirianni are speaking live to the media. And it comes as the same morning as this very bizarre Adam Schefter report drops, with reporting in it that, frankly, if I'm going to be blunt, is kind of offensive to the rest of us in the media, because there's quotes in the article that I'm assuming were obtained by Tim McManus that were not anywhere else. And it seems like there might have been a side conversation that Sirianni had with some media, but there was no cameras, no video, no audio to verify or present it in context. So we're going to do our best to tell you guys what was said, how it was said, and then we will let Sirianni and Roseman speak for themselves to all of you coming up a little bit later in the show. Here's also the lineup. Frank Klose from our Phillies mailbag, who joined us earlier today at 2:25, because there's a lot of Phillies questions out there that need to be touched on. Also, we got Adam Caplan will recap everything that Roseman and Sirianni say coming up at 4 o'clock. Nick's Nuggets, as always, is back in his normal spot at 4:30 p.m. We will also get into Sixers back in action tonight with Austin Krell at 5 p.m. And as always, you guys can join the conversation at 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973 to get in on the conversation. So let's get into the particulars here. So for those who did not see or hear what was said today, there was an article that came out from Adam Schefter, and let me get the exact quote because I don't want to be accused of misinterpreting or misputting information out there, even though it's okay for ESPN to put out information and we just have to trust them. And I know to an extent it sounds a little disingenuous, but this is the part of my job that I don't like, is that I got to sit here and talk about speculative information that's not fun. It's more annoying. Like, it's fun if, Steve from Ventnor, for much as we criticize Steve and Ventnor chiming in on the Whitehorse RV text board at 609-403-0973. There's nothing wrong with Steve and Ventnor chiming in and being like, I think the Eagles should trade for Max Crosby. What do you think? There's rumors out there. That sounds fun. Let's have a conversation. What's not fun is when you get people who, remember years ago, there was that one Chicago reporter who kept insisting that the Bears were going to trade Nick Foles to the Eagles, and we found nobody else to verify or clarify that information. Now, here is the exact wording in the article. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the day this article comes out, that the Philadelphia Eagles, Howie Roseman, and Nick Sirianni are speaking to the media in a press conference, because apparently there was a separate conversation that was not online, that was not broadcast, that was not publicized, that the Eagles felt it was okay to have almost like a closed-door session with the media. So here is what exactly was said. So part of the conversation was with Nick Sirianni, started with about A.J. Brown. Quote from Nick Sirianni: "My expectation is that he wants to be here, and obviously you want good players like that in your building. As Howie has said, it's hard to get good players in this league. AJ is a great player, and AJ is a good teammate, and AJ is a good person. Does he want to be here? Yes. Do I want him here? Yes." He goes on to say to Sirianni, "Will AJ be here next season? I think we're still in a spot like I can't guarantee how anything is going to play out next season. I'm thinking I'm going to be the coach next season, but you can't guarantee anything past tomorrow." So what has been done is people have extrapolated those comments that Tim McManus put out there, and they've turned it into this is what Sirianni said. Can you believe that he thinks his job is in jeopardy? He doesn't think A.J. Brown's going to be here. And that's not what was said at all. What was said was they want A.J. Brown here, but they can't guarantee he will be here. That's the bigger issue here, okay? I don't think it's no small thing that the Eagles are speaking today, hours after this report came out. I don't think that it is a small coincidence that the Eagles are coming out the same day as this, and the video came out from A.J. Brown on social media last night talking about mental health. I think the Philadelphia Eagles are in a very, very, very complicated and difficult position when it comes to A.J. Brown. And I think they're trying their hardest to be responsible with all of this. But A.J. Brown has not created an environment that has made it easy for them to keep smoothing things over with him. Now, to a lot of people out there, the A.J. Brown video, which by the way is 8 minutes long, was more so about his response to, what happened to Rondell Moore and other players who have recently taken their own lives. But the way A.J. Brown did the video, he didn't do it in a way that was, hey, this is a public service announcement about mental health. He kind of turned it into I want you all to understand what athletes go through, and things are difficult for me, and it's difficult for a lot of players, and blah, blah, blah. Then all of a sudden, these quotes from Nick Sirianni come out about how AJ is a good guy, good teammate, he's a great player, but is he going to be here? I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to have a job, which is Sirianni's basically dismissive way of saying, it's not my problem, not my responsibility, I'm just here to do my job. I'm just here so I don't get fined. And now, in about 40 minutes from now, Sirianni and Roseman will speak to the media, because I'm sure that there is a desire to clarify some of this. As a follow-up to what was said, this morning Adam Schefter was on Unsportsmanlike, heard here on 97.3 ESPN. And he addressed the comments in the Tim McManus article about A.J. Brown, the Eagles, and Nick Sirianni. This is Adam Schefter this morning on Unsportsmanlike, heard on 97.3 ESPN.
Everybody has a price, right? We don't know what that is, and we don't know whether they will get that right now. That's the question. If they get it, obviously they'll move him. I think that they prefer to hold on to him. We know that last year he had an interest in being moved. We know it didn't make sense for them to do that, nor did they get any kind of offer to even make them think about that. And so he's there. We also know there are going to be a lot of teams in need of a wide receiver this offseason, and any one of them could go to Philadelphia and try to put together a package to try to make it happen. We'll see whether or not they can.
And this is very similar reporting from a couple of weeks ago that was shared by Mike Garafolo and Ian Rappaport and NFL Network. This is similar to a lot of the reporting out there, which is if a team comes along and says, we would like A.J. Brown, what can we do to get him? Okay? That's not surprising. As Schefter said, everyone has a price. If a team like the Raiders comes to the Eagles and says, look, we would like to have A.J. Brown. You could use Max Crosby. Let's have a conversation. I'm sure Howie and Spytek, the GM of the Raiders, will have that conversation. And John Spytek kind of like let on to that as well to the media today when he basically said that, you know, he has a good working relationship with Howie Roseman, i.e. the Kenny Pickett, not the Kenny Pickett, the Jacorian Bennett for Thomas Booker trade last year. So we know that it's not far-fetched, the idea that a trade could happen. But the problem is that people are extrapolating from this Tim McManus article that this and that is happening, and Sirianni thinks he's on the hot seat, to which Adam Schefter, NFL Insider, said this morning that it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone that coaches think that they are coaching for their jobs on a year-to-year basis.
The majority of NFL coaches are coaching for their job every year. Most any of them could have a 4-13 season where the fan base is furious, where the calls for their jobs are coming regularly, where anybody, almost anybody, could have their job in jeopardy. That's the way the league works. It's the way our society and sports has come to work. So Nick Sirianni has stated two things. Now, it allows everybody to talk about whether or not A.J. Brown will be there and whether or not his job is safe. That's fine. But there are two obvious things. Yes, he's coaching for his job. Yes, he can't guarantee that A.J. Brown is there. What is surprising about either one of those statements?
And I think that's where we are led up to now, counting down about 40 minutes from now, Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni speaking to the media. Because now, after this reporting has come out, after all this speculation has swirled around, they could actually answer the questions instead of people reading quotes like me from an article on ESPN.com. By the way, here is the quote from Howie Roseman in the article. Quote, "You never know what someone is willing to do. Certainly, we've been in situations where there were guys we didn't anticipate trading, that we got an offer for that was too good, and then you balance it with what you can get there. Without getting into specifics on any player, we are always listening, and we're always kind of open. There's very few things I would shoot down without even hearing what that means, because how does it hurt to listen?" So those are the quotes from the Tim McManus article. How do you guys feel about that? Does that say to you the Eagles are trading A.J. Brown? Does that say to you that Nick Sirianni is in the hot seat? Or does that say to you that the Eagles are just keeping everything open-ended, open-minded, and they don't want to give any definitive statements about anything? Let us know on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0970, the White Horse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here at White Horse RV. I know for many of us, if you're someone who has been impacted with the crazy snowstorm and the weather and you lost your power. Maybe you need to go on an adventure once all this storm is done and get away. And maybe that's the place you want to go is Whitehorse RV Center in Williamstown in Galloway. I don't know about you guys. I don't mind having a conversation about Brown and Sirianni's futures. You can join the conversation at 609-403-0973, but I'm not going to sit here and act like that this Tim McManus article is a definitive statement about the future of A.J. Brown and Nick Sirianni. You heard Schefter say right there that all coaches think they are coaching for their jobs. And it was just a month ago that Jeff McClain put out the report that Jeffrey Lurie has been impatient at times, that he has been frustrated with the Eagles, and that he has considered firing Nick Sirianni in the past. So the idea of Nick Sirianni being on the hot seat is not crazy. It's not breaking news. And as Schefter said, most coaches think that if they don't do their job is in jeopardy. I think the bigger conversation to come out of this isn't what is the future of Sirianni and A.J. Brown. I think the bigger question is, what would it take for the Eagles to trade A.J. Brown, number one? And number two, if you are in a situation where Nick Sirianni has a losing record next year, are we seriously talking about firing a man who has made 2 Super Bowl appearances in a 3-year period, been to the postseason every single year? There are franchises that would sacrifice everything for that type of success. Franchises like the Cleveland Browns and the Arizona Cardinals and the Houston Texans, the Miami Dolphins. We act like it's some small thing what Sirianni has done here. And it's the same argument I get into about Jalen Hurts. You know, the comment about there 2 things can simultaneously be true. These coaches, these players can have a tremendous amount of value, but you also need talent to be successful. And the reality is that there's a reason why Robert Saleh is on his 2nd head coaching job. There's a reason why Kevin Stefanski is on his 2nd head coaching job, why Mike McCarthy is on his 3rd head coaching job. It's because there are teams that know that if you put a coach in a good situation with better players, he has a better chance to be successful. It's no guarantee that he will be successful. The Atlanta Falcons have only been to 2 Super Bowls in entire franchise history, and it was with Dan Quinn and Dan Reeves. Nobody not named Dan has gotten the Falcons to a Super Bowl. How weird is that, right? How about the fact that the Packers have not been to a Super Bowl in the last 40 years without a head coach by the name of Mike Holmgren, Mike McCarthy? Sports is weird. We got to stop acting like these players and coaches are so easily replaceable and disposable. You may not like Sirianni or Jalen Hurts, but don't act like the grass is greener on the other side of the fence. People thought the grass was greener, and that's how you got Chip Kelly. People thought the grass was greener. That's why you moved on from Nick Foles and you kept Carson Wentz. The people thought the grass was greener. That's why when you saw a coach like John Gannon and another coach like Shane Steichen leave for head coaching jobs, you assumed that everything was fine because, well, Matt Patricia's a veteran and Sean Desai's a Fangio disciple. These jobs are not as easy to fill as we act like they are. So let's not treat Sirianni and Jalen Hurts like they are tires that can be replaced on a car. I think that's my biggest problem with all of this. We got to stop acting like these people are easily replaceable. We thought Joe Girardi was going to get us to a World Series, but it ended up being Rob Thompson. We thought Ryan Sandberg was going to be the transition from one era to the next, and he failed completely. Coaches, players, they're not as easy to replace as we think they are. And again, we'll hear from Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni coming up in about 25 minutes from now here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Coming up, speaking of the Phillies, we will get into the Phillies mailbag with Frank Klose a little bit earlier today on the Sports Bash, as Frank was kind enough to join us early in the show so we can get to Sirianni and Roseman on time to bring you what they have to say, not what someone writes in an article that they said, right here on your home for Eagles football in South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig hanging out with you, filling for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And if you're not down with that, we got 2 words for you.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Our locally owned and operated small businesses are the heartbeat of our community. The 97.3 ESPN Industry Aces stand out as leaders in their fields, like Iron Shield Roofing and Siding. To learn more about protecting your home or business from the elements, visit them online, ironshieldroofingsiding.com. South Jersey Gas. To learn more about switching to gas, visit southjerseygas.com/lovemyhome. Support our industry aces, like Iron Shield Roofing and Siding and South Jersey Gas today.
The free mobile app.
$225 here in the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN FM. 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank. And see how we're streaming live on YouTube and X at 973 ESPN. As promised, joining us right now, the Phillies are in spring training. Yes, while the NFL does try very, very hard to steal our attention, it is true. The Phillies mailbag is back with Frank Klose. He joins us here on 97.3 ESPN. Again, Frank, thanks for joining us a little bit earlier today as, Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman decided that, today is the day they're going to speak. Because, it couldn't be any other day, of course. How you doing, Frank?
Well, this is the real state of the union, right? What the Eagles are up to, I think. So maybe that's why they picked the day, because that matters most.
Is that what it is? Well, let's get into the state of the Phillies. Before we get to anything else, Frank, because you did get some very good questions in the Phillies mailbag, I did want to start with this, just a big picture. I asked this question yesterday. I want to ask you here today. A lot of people I ran into this weekend, Frank, before the blizzard hit, they all were asking me, what do you think of Justin Crawford? What about Justin Crawford? And I want to know from you, what is a realistic expectation for this young man? Because you know how it's going to be, Frank. If he keeps playing well in spring training, the expectations, they are going to go through the roof. So what are realistic expectations moving forward for Justin Crawford this year?
Well, for his first year, if you ask me, I would think realistic is that he plays a solid center field. I think that if say Harrison Bader came back, he would have been in left field, but I think you'll get a decent center field out of Justin Crawford. His speed really adds to his tools as a defensive player. And then from the offensive perspective, I think you're looking at a number 9 hitter, and you'd be happy if he hits 260. The big question that we need to see play out is his high ground ball rate going to really transfer to the major leagues? Because, in the minor leagues, you get your bat on the ball and you're that fast, like you have a single by default. Well, in the major leagues, you're going to have a lot better defense. And so a lot of those balls that would skirt by or that the defenders don't get to quickly enough are going to turn into outs. So I think we need to see him adjust on that front. But, I like a guy that puts a ball in play and is that fast.
Yeah, and I think that as long as we understand that he's not coming here to hit 30 home runs, I think people will be fine, right? Like I don't think that as long as we don't put the world on his shoulders and say, Crawford, you're here to be part of this team, not be the team.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. And he'll have a little bit of pressure off of him batting at the bottom of the lineup, probably 9th if I had to guess. And so really he just needs to play the game that he knows. I think you already saw if you got to watch over the weekend the games that were broadcast, he's got some nice tools. And seeing him almost hit a home run and hitting a double off the wall, that's a great start, I would say. So we'll see what he does this spring. I'm looking forward to seeing him have more time with Kevin Long, have a major league hitting coach with him. But, I think he's a very talented young player. And I think it's also a real shame that he was not part of the Phillies last year. I think he would have been up if he did not gotten that concussion. If you didn't know, he and Otto Kemp collided in left field last season in Lehigh Valley. And as a result, he never really got back on the field. So would have been great to have on your bench last year as a speedy guy. Who knows how things would have worked out if they had him just as a pinch runner in the postseason. But yeah, it's definitely someone I'm really high on, and I thought he would rise to the major leagues first among their young prospects, and it looks like that's going to be the case, and the job is his.
Well, it's funny you mentioned about the outfield because that's one of the questions with Dan from the Phillies mailbag at 973ESPN.com. Frank Klose joins us each week for the Phillies mailbag here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 973 ESPN. Dan chimes in and says, who will be the platoon partner for Brandon Marsh in left field? I think it's an interesting question because I think most people would assume it's Otto Kemp, but Frank, there is a contender for Otto Kemp's candidacy.
Yeah, I would say so. Now, look, I think if you look at a roster spot, I think Otto Kemp is in a really good spot. Why? Because he can play infield, he can play outfield. So he could be a candidate, and I think he's going to get the opportunity to show that he should be that platoon partner in left field. But, Weston Wilson's now with the Orioles, so Phillies opted to keep Kemp and let Wilson be exposed to waivers and was picked up by the Orioles and then released again and then ended up re-signing with the Orioles on a minor league deal, agreed to be outrighted. So I think Kemp is a real contender there, but definitely a good roster spot candidate. But I think there's a few other names. One of the big ones you'll see is Brian De La Cruz. You see, this is his third start already today. He is someone who you might be familiar with because he played with Miami for a number of years and was briefly with the Pirates, but then also had a quicker cup of coffee with the Atlanta Braves. But De La Cruz is someone who has shown some tools in the past, has some power. In fact, this offseason, he won the Dominican Winter League MVP award. So he showed up with some with a lot of contact and a lot of power down in the Dominican League. And so I think the big question will be, can that translate to something in Major League Baseball once again? So he's going to get a really good look there in the outfield. He's playing right field today, but definitely a candidate in left field. And, a couple other things to think about in terms of De La Cruz. Even in the height of his career, he was hitting around 20 home runs. He seemed to only have power against righties, which is kind of interesting if you're looking to put him in a platoon where he would mainly face lefties. But I think we need to see what he can do in spring training there. Now, a couple other possibilities on the roster. Pedro Leon, he was somebody that was a defector from Cuba, actually, and signed with the Astros and was considered a prospect. Said to have some speed, a combination of speed, defense, and power. Never really translated into a promotion to the major leagues. And so Leon is around. In fact, he's one of those players that just like on the bubble of everybody's roster and over the offseason is like he got picked up and released a few different times. So he'll get a chance to show what he can do. And another name, too, is Dylan Moore. He was a Seattle Mariner for several years, actually won a Gold Glove Award as a utility player. I don't think he's got a big enough bat to maybe claim a spot like that, but he is a nice-looking utility player who can play a bunch of positions. So he could be a roster candidate but not be in the platoon. But keep an eye on those two I mentioned first, Otto Kemp and De La Cruz. To me, that's the big battle right now unless they add somebody else.
Another question in the mailbag is from Rich. He says, when Miller inevitably gets hot this summer, is Alec Bohm or Bryson Stott in more danger? And I don't think, if I can just kind of add my little appendix to that question, Frank, I don't know if the guys are in danger as much as maybe it solidifies that maybe one of those guys is not back next year. Is that more maybe a fair way of framing it?
Yeah, well, I think there's two things going on here. One is that, yes, Alec Bohm will be a free agent after this year. So if you're looking at having a major league ready infielder and Alec Bohm leaving at the same time, well, then it's an obvious match there. But I think the question will be what happens between now and then, right? So, Aiden Miller is a number 23 prospect in baseball at this point. For a lot of the buzz about a right-handed bat who could maybe someday hit fourth, and, the Phillies flirted with Bo Bichette, but Miller is somebody who may be able to fill that role at some point. I'm sure people will be pretty eager to see him in the major leagues. And although he started out the spring with what Bryce Harper sort of let the cat out of the bag with a little bit of a sore back, you should see him playing soon and probably playing a lot, especially during the World Baseball Classic when a lot of the starters are away. So I think you're going to see a lot of him this spring. I think he's got an opportunity to rise to the major leagues this year. I mean, sometimes prospects are beaten down the door to the major leagues and you just have to figure out a way to get him on the roster. But I think the more likely scenario is that you don't go through a whole season and somebody not get banged up even for a little bit, right? Sometimes players are out a week or two, and you need to find somebody to fill in. And the fact that he can play shortstop and third base, they're going to let him play some of each this spring. And I would imagine when he goes to AAA, he'll do the same thing there. And so that, hey, if you have an injury at shortstop, I'm not going to name players' names because I'm not hoping there's an injury to anybody. Don't get me misconstrued there. But he could jump in at short. He could jump in at third. If the Phillies have a first base or DH injury, then he could play third, and Bohm could jump to first base, and Harper could DH. Or there's so many different possibilities because he's versatile enough that if you have somebody's out for a couple weeks, he can come up. And I think the Phillies, if he's playing well, AAA won't hesitate at all to do that. But I don't know that right now it's the time we're talking about him knocking somebody out of position. I mean, the thought is that Miller could play second base too. If, of course, Bryson Stott is there right now, but he will be a free agent, not after this season, but after the following season. So there will be some spots in the infield according to free agency, but I don't like to project where he might fit just yet. These things in baseball seem to have a way of working themselves out, right? So you never know when you're going to have an opening and someone will find their way in. I mean, hey, eventually Ryan Howard found a spot into first base with Jim Thome there, right? Because Thome ended up getting hurt a little bit. So again, these things just have a way of working themselves out. But I think this is going to be a fun player to watch this spring. And I think by midseason, I think that the thought will be, oh man, this guy could come up and help the club.
Finally, Frank, on the mailbag is an interesting question for the bullpen. I think this is actually the best of the questions you got because, I feel like there is a lot of curiosity about what this team will look like, not just with a full year of Johan Duran, but a full year of Duran and Alvarado in the same bullpen. For years, it was almost like bullpen by committee, right, Frank? And now the Phillies basically have said Duran is the closer. He's the man. He is the guy on the back end of the bullpen. So this will be the first time in the Rob Thompson era we have a bona fide setup situation in the bullpen, right?
Yeah, I would say. I remember talking to you around this time last year and was like, oh, okay, well, Jose Alvarado or Jordan Romano, they'll get the ball for the last outs depending on who they're facing. And so very different. Of course, that didn't work out great with the suspension to Alvarado and Romano's inability to get outs. So yeah, this bullpen is from the back. This looks really good. I mean, obviously you have Duran in the closer role, and then the next layer down, you have somebody from the right side and left side that are really good setup options in Brad Keller and Jose Alvarado. And then you go level below that, Ryan Kirkering and Tanner Banks. That's not pretty bad. That's not bad at all for your seventh inning options. So there's three spots left, and if we're going to assume for a minute that Zach Wheeler will be out a little bit and Taijuan Walker will be in the rotation, that's three spots. And so I think there's a few names to watch, though. Jonathan Boland was somebody that the Phillies got back in trade for Matt Strahm. He's a righty. Last year was kind of his first year with some major league experience. He kind of bounced back and forth between AAA and the major leagues with Kansas City and performed pretty respectably. And I think that's an arm that you could look. And I think he's got an inside spot for a job because he is out of minor league options. And so I think the Phillies will want to see what they have with him there and see if they can move him along. So that's on the right side. And then from the left side, the Phillies, Rob Thompson has said he'd love to have a third lefty in that bullpen. And Kyle Backus probably will have the inside shot for that one. Phillies picked him up in a trade with the Diamondbacks in the offseason. And he is not out of minor league options. So you do have some wiggle room with him there, but he does seem like somebody that the Phillies are interested in. So if you watch the game and everybody just seemed anonymous to you, he was that side armor from the left side. So definitely someone you'll take note of this offseason. And then that leaves one more spot, and I'm going to give that right now to Zach McCambley. He is somebody that Phillies took in the Rule 5 draft, which means he will have to be on the roster throughout the whole season, or the Phillies will have to offer him back to the Miami Marlins, from whom they selected him. And so they saw him as a high strikeout guy in the minor leagues. He had 47 appearances and 83 strikeouts over 62 innings. So I think they're eager to see what he can do. And if there is that one spot open at the beginning because Zach Wheeler is going to be out a little bit and Walker's in the rotation, maybe you want to see what that Rule 5er can do for you. Why give him back if you have a chance to look at him for maybe the month or so that Zach Wheeler might be out? So I think there's some promise with all three of those names, and Phillies have some options beyond that. I really do. I just add this too. I really like that Lou Trevino and Tim Meza are in AAA. You know, they're not they're not players that you wouldn't mind get calling up if you absolutely needed someone. That's some pretty good inventory to stash at AAA. So I think the Phillies bullpen's in a really nice spot right now.
Can I also say really quick before I let you go, like, and I'm not trying to read into anything and like be a conspiratorial person, but it is a little weird that Phillies social media is going out of their way to like highlight Kyle Backus. Like they're like going out of their way, like, look at this left-hander, look at his pitching motion. Like there's a whole thing on social media now. Like they're like obsessed with him. So like I think it's almost like a sign that like maybe someone in the Phillies organization kind of let it on that they would like him to make the team. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let's face it too. I think some Phillies fans are nervous that Matt Strahm was the one that exited the bullpen because he was an all-star for them a couple years ago and had some success in the major leagues. So, I think they do probably want to show that they did get a good lefty this offseason that might be able to help the team out. So, but they kept Alvarado. They could have let Alvarado walk. They paid him the full $9 million he was due instead of trying to renegotiate. They didn't want to take the chance and took the bold step of trading Strahm. So you'd like to hope that works out for them because it looks like the Royals are really counting on Matt Strahm next year.
Yeah. How crazy is that? The fact that, literally he was in Kansas City. Now he's back in Kansas City. That whole
little bit more hair this time, though.
Little bit.
It's funny. Look at his Google Matt Strahm rookie, and you'll see the pictures of him when he had
like
short hair and no facial hair. Yeah, he did. Well, he was a child, to be honest with you.
Fair. It's like the difference if anyone's ever seen the picture of like James Harden when he was in college versus what he is now. Like he had like no beard in college. Like the same thing with Strahm. It's like they look like a completely different human being. It's like 8 years gap. It's like completely different people.
That's not one of those situations where you can use an old photo and get away with it, right?
No. He's Frank Klose. He joined us here for our Phillies mailbag each and every week on the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. Frank, appreciate you jumping on. Appreciate you shifting up a little bit so we can get Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman coming up on the other side, my friend.
No problem. Anytime. Next week, I'll be talking to you from Clearwater, so looking forward to.
Well, the theory is next week Mike Gill will be back.
Well, yeah, but you're still around. You taking off?
Well, I mean, I'm always around.
Well, yeah, you slept in the studio probably, right?
I will say I did drive home last night, even though there's no electricity in my house. I did want to sleep in my own bed. So it was kind of like, at least I went home, I got some sleep, and then I had to get hot coffee at Wawa this morning to make up for the no electricity thing.
Well, I hope you get it back soon.
It's supposed to be back tonight. So, hopes and prayers, right?
Well, good luck to you, Josh.
Thanks. Frank Klose joining us here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. And we are streaming live on YouTube and X at 973 ESPN. Coming up, we will hear from Nick Sirianni, Howie Roseman live from the NFL Combine. A little convenient, the same day that Tim McManus article comes out. Here come the people who are the subject of the article. Josh Hennig hanging out with you, filling for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, 248. Howie Roseman has stepped up to the podium. He is speaking to the media right now. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. I'm not going to do a whole preamble because literally Howie Roseman just stepped up. So here on your home for Eagles football in South Jersey, this is Eagles general manager Howie Roseman. He is the first one to step up to the podium to speak at the NFL Combine for the Eagles portion of the media availability. So Howie Roseman first, then Nick Sirianni will follow afterward. Here is Howie Roseman.
Player as a person, and then last year even when he came back and the versatility that he showed, coming in the end of the year and reducing inside and playing defensive tackle, and just an all-time Eagles great, and future Eagles Hall of Famer. Well, we usually take 7 or 8 guys to camp. We only have 3 on the roster right now, so definitely think we'll have to address it. It's a priority position for us, and, we'll just kind of try to manage our own guys, free agency, and the draft to bring the best outcome possible that we can. It always starts up front for us in Philadelphia. I think that Jake has been a tremendous kicker for us since we got him off the practice squad in Cincinnati in 2017. Tremendously clutch. Have a lot of confidence in him as a player, as a kicker, as a person, a captain on our team, and continue to believe in him as our place kicker. I think the more people you interview, just like when you go through this, when you watch a lot of players, it's easy to compare all those guys, And so for us, casting a wide net, being able to hear everyone's vision, have them articulate to us how it would fit our players, because it's always about our players. With Sean, it was just the system of play that he wanted to run, how he's going to articulate it, how he was going to do that with all of our players was really exciting. I think he's got a tremendous future, and we got to help him by bringing good players. Yeah, obviously we have our way of interviewing people. We've interviewed coordinators here a little bit over the last couple of years. Been fortunate to have success and guys leave, and obviously made some decisions here that put us in position to interview some coordinators, and feel like we have a really good process led by Coach Sirianni on the offense coordinator. He'd probably be the right person to ask the question about interview. A hugely important position for the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't think any team in the history of the NFL has benefited more from the backup quarterback position of the Philadelphia Eagles. My bad. Yeah, I think that when you look at Q and Coop leading that group, 2 all-pro players, guys who want to be part of Philadelphia Eagles for a long time. Really, Coop, he can play anything. He can play outside corner. He can play nickel. He can play at an all-pro level anywhere. So having him gives you some flexibility. And so, we'll go into the offseason and looking to add to that position. Adore did a really nice job for us last year. And it got better throughout the course of the year. And so just like any other position, he's a free agent, and we'll just kind of see how the offseason plays out.
With Cooper, as a follow-up to that, I guess, how do you view the value he brings in the nickel position and compared to somewhere maybe outside or inside? Elite player at the nickel position. And so when you have someone who's elite at something and you move him, he could be elite as an outside corner too. But when he's able to affect the run game, he's able to affect the pass game, the screen game from there, and you just see the difference that he makes in that role. And then when he plays outside, very little separation. He's obviously got size, speed, unique athletic ability. I joke
He could be an elite receiver. He could probably be an elite quarterback, too. I've seen him throw the ball, too. So just an elite athlete with elite character, and just happy he's a Philadelphia Eagle.
You have players who you might be willing to trade and might garner interest. Do you try to establish what it would take before you even get those offers?
Yeah, you always try to make decisions in calm times. We do the same thing in the draft. We have a value for every player on the roster so that we don't get sideswiped on anything, that we understand what we would do. That doesn't mean we would trade them, but at the same time, we got to be open to listen on everything that we do here. That's what a lot of this week's about. That's what a lot of the first couple weeks of free agency is about. That doesn't mean there'll necessarily be action, but you got to be willing to listen. We'll do that during the draft as well, and decide what's the best for the Philadelphia Eagles. At the end of the day, everything we do is what's best for the Philadelphia Eagles so that we can try to compete and hopefully win another championship. Yeah, tremendous player and person for the Philadelphia Eagles. Really glad we were able to figure it out and bring him back to Philadelphia this year and for this season, and tremendously productive for us. Just a huge asset for our offense to have him on our football team. Again, we got to put the whole puzzle together. And so to sit here, we got a lot of other free agents too, and say, hey, we're definitely going to get this guy back. When we get this late, obviously the market dictates a lot of that as well, but, we'll certainly sit down with his agent here over the next couple of days and have a conversation. Very appreciative of Dallas Goedert.
Hey man, how are you?
I'm doing great, buddy. How you doing?
Doing good. So when we're in a position like this in the offseason and you face some hard decisions of who's staying and who's going, what are some priorities for the Philadelphia Eagles right now?
Yeah, I think you got to go back to how you want to build the team first and foremost. What is your priorities in building the team? Because when we have this many players coming up for second contracts on their rookie deals, it's going to be hard for us to keep all of them. The good news is we have a compensatory system where we can get some draft picks back in the future for some of these guys who've meant so much to us if we can't sign everyone. But you got to make priorities, and you can't only do that by playing favorites. You got to also do it by your vision of how you build the team. And so we'll try to be pretty clear about our vision to the extent that we can and get those guys back and continue to build on top of that. I think it's staying true to your board and making sure that at every position that you're grading them clearly based on their value in the league, what kind of players they are. They're going to be in the league that you project them to be. Obviously, you can't have any guarantees on that. And you stack the board, and then you stack it horizontally and vertically. And as you get into the draft, you look where you are, and then you have those conversations about this or that at every position, including quarterback. Well, he's always continuing to improve work ethic, looking for incremental ways to get better. This system, we think, is going to be really good for him as well as a lot of our other players. He's always looking for a system of play, and we think that we have that. And so just really excited to get him back in the spring and get the reps and continue to learn the principles that Sean's looking to bring to our offense and go from there.
There's already talk of how to keep the second draft process. How do you balance being aggressive and part of what makes beyond this year versus knowing the process that's coming up?
I think that we always look 1 year out and we always look with optimism, and I think last year at this time there was probably optimism about this draft and where this draft was going and what it could be. You got to go into each draft understanding the value of the players that are in that particular draft, and if the value changes at a certain point in time, then then I think that at the end of the day, then you can make decisions based on that. Yeah, I think you left out Will there too. I think that those three guys have complementary skill sets, really talented players. Really excited to see what they're going to be able to do in 2026. And and feel really confident that they're going to be put in great position to succeed. I was just laughing because I don't think I used guarantee. I think it was the other guy who's going to get hit with that. But is precipitate what happens when it rains? I don't understand. Yeah, it is. I think that at the end of the day, you know, there's a lot of conversations in the offseason about players on your team, on other teams. You know, that's really the job. That's the fun part about the offseason is the opportunities to improve your team, the opportunities to make trades. But at the end of the day, again, we're trying to get better. And it's hard to do that if you're just subtracting great players. We'll do whatever's in the best interest of our team to be better for this year and going forward. Anything that puts us in position that we think to potentially win another championship. So every decision will be made with that, no matter who the player is. You know, I think obviously we have a free agent at that position, and you know, a guy that we drafted, a guy that we think is a really good player, for sure, and unbelievable character. And so, you know, all those decisions here will be made in the next couple of weeks. Yeah, really proud of Reed, undrafted free agent, and played in 2 Super Bowls, 4 years, 4 playoff appearances. Was a captain this year for our team. Tremendous player, tremendous person. And that's how I feel about Reed. You know, I think that for us, that's probably going to be hard to do. We got a lot of free agents. We're trying to keep a lot of guys together. I think the best way to do that is probably with extensions as opposed to 1-year deals. Well, John's a free agent. I think we have a couple young players behind him who have shown flashes of a skill set that we're looking for. And we got to continue to build that room. And so we'll have opportunities again in free agency and the draft to look at that position and continue to build on it. Well, you certainly see his fit with Coach Fangio and our defense, which a lot of times when you're talking about free agency is a big part of free agency. How is this guy going to fit into our defense? So you see that there. You know, you've been with the guy. He's got tremendous character, tremendous work ethic. And then all the things that you're doing, you're trying to balance the other factors that go along with that to try to come down with the value. And, you know, you work with everything just like we're here. We're part of being here. Part of the benefit of being here is the medical information, you know. We get in situations where we get really excited, and then a week from now, you know, we'll have some medical information that will change some of the evaluation. So that's always part of the decision making. Seems like a local. Not a lot of. I don't know that you can do anything about it. I don't know that you can do anything. Not that I don't like seeing you guys. Again. I don't know. I think that, you know, when you draft guys and you see them have success, you want to keep them around. So, I don't know. Maybe we'll see. Yeah. I don't know. You know, I can't speak at the ownership level for what they're looking for and who's been hired. You know, I don't know that there's been a tremendous amount of change at the GM level. But, you know, when you talk about those guys and working with those guys and, you know, some of those guys I haven't seen yet. So really excited to see those guys and just proud of them. And it's fun. I think that's part of legacy. I think at this point, you know, legacy is continuing to win at a high level, and then seeing people you care about get jobs that they've dreamed of. And so when you say that, and I'm kind of jealous that I wasn't along the row hanging with them while they were doing that. You know, Bob gave me a late tea time. Is that what it late tea time? Yeah, well, I consider all those guys friends, and just, but at the same time, when we play them, I hope we kick their ass.
All right, thanks, folks.
What was the first part? Easy bet. Yeah, I think that that's another guy, obviously, that you draft, you develop, tremendous character, and continues to get better. So that's a group of a lot of players that we have tremendous confidence in, and the puzzle is trying to keep as many of them together as we possibly can.
All right,
Thank you, guys.
Got 56.
All right, that was Eagles general manager Howie Roseman. We are waiting for Nick Sirianni to now step up to the podium. But first, let's take care of some legal business here.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They've got him. It's a sack.
Sixers.
Oh, baby.
And Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
All right, Josh Hennig back here in the 97.3 ESPN studios. We are going to go to our commercial break a little late here as we wait for, I'm double-checking it, Sirianni. So this is the bizarro world of doing these situations, and actually he just stepped to the podium. So let me do the shuffle over here. We will push back the commercial break. Here is Nick Sirianni. He literally just stepped. Let me just recalibrate the line here. Okay, so Nick Sirianni just stepped to the podium. Howie Roseman did some interesting things to say. We will recap those a little bit later this hour. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Here is Eagles head coach now, Nick Sirianni.
Actually have a TV broadcast. What's your process there?
As far as evaluating them? Yeah, I mean, that you go through the process of the interview, and you have different questions that you ask them to be able to take themselves through it. Like we don't leave anything to chance. Like we're going to go through our process, and hey, how are you going to call this situation? How are you thinking about this situation? All right, what you ask them game plan scenarios from games that they've been around. So, there's a lot of different ways to do that. You know, obviously I won't get into every way that I do that in an interview, but you go through a process if I'm hiring a wide receiver coach, if I'm hiring a coordinator, whatever that is, you go through a process to see if you feel like they're going to be good at doing that personal job. Yeah, you always want to, make sure that when you're on the verge of hiring somebody or in a final evaluation portion, you're bringing a couple guys back in, you want to reach out to different guys and guys that they've worked with, guys that they've played with, guys that they've coached. That's what you would expect. That's what I do for you when you go through a job interview. It's very similar. And so you're looking for common themes. It was a common theme of everyone spoke very similar about Sean. And you can imagine that those were glowing, reviews, which is one of the reasons. Obviously, we hired him because we thought he was, we got to the phone call situations where we're kind of going through that. And everyone had great things to say about him, the person he is, the coach he is, the football mind that he is. And so really excited about that. Yeah, again, there will be some things that has there's a lot of steps to take place before we know exactly what version of this offense is going to be. But obviously, Sean comes from a family of coaches and things that he's done that we really respect, that we know is tough to defend. We know we've done a lot of good things here as well, as far as some of the things we've done that's hard to defend. So being able to sprinkle some of that in. And a lot will be, you got to go through the process with your players to get to all those answers again. And you're constantly going to try to get to it get to where you will be by the end of the season. But really, it's always important at the end of the day that we're able to run the football, be able to do play action off of that, play physical, play with relentless effort, play with great detail, play together. Those will be all things that we're looking to do. Yeah, that's, my experience with great football players is you come in and you're like, hey, Saquon, we're going to run inside zone. Yeah, he's going to be really good at it. Hey, we're going to run gap schemes. He's going to be really good at it. Hey, we're going to run wide zone. He's going to be really good at it. Hey, we're going to run the option. He's going to be really good at it. Hey, we're going to split you out wide. He's just a great football player. And so guys that are great football players can fit into a lot of different offenses. And Saquon, regardless of the schemes, I think you saw that, in some of the things that we've done, like he's been highly productive in many of the schemes that, whether it's gap schemes, whether it's inside zones, whether it's, pin and pulls, whether it's toss cracks. Every one of these things, I'm picturing him breaking a big run off on that. And so that's a common theme with good football players. They can fit into a lot of different schemes. So I believe he'll be, exceptional at that.
Howie spoke about how he's evaluating how do you do that position?
Yeah, I think you're constantly evolving in everything. That's why the communication between coaching staff, front office is so important. Of, hey, here's what we're looking for. You do that every year. That's one of the things that I think Howie and I do a really good job of. Hey, here's what we're thinking. Some of the things that we're thinking, and here's some of the attributes that this player needs to be able to do that. And so, yeah, I think it's always important that tight ends are able to create mismatches in the pass game versus some of the different guys that they get in the inside coverages. It's been our case in the pass game that they're great yards after catch guys. I think you've seen that with Dallas of how phenomenal he is with the ball in his hands and how difficult he is to bring down. And then being able to be effective in the run game. We've been in the top 10 or top 5 in rushing, obviously, in all the years, but this year. And it's important that they're highly involved in that and being able to block tough matchups with the defensive ends or linebackers or whoever it may be.
Why was Chris Cooper the right fit as the offensive line?
Yeah, again, you go through, you're able to go through and talk to all these different guys and figure out who's best for you. And I think as we talk to guys, we're really impressed by Chris and the things that he's done as a player, as a coach, and his knowledge on the game, his knowledge on a system that we're some of the things that we're going to do from that system, because there's a lot of intricacies within that, and so. Just excited about everything that he'll bring. It's fun. It's always important for your position coaches to help guys develop fundamentally. That's always something I'm looking for with position coaches. Can this guy help our guys get better fundamentally? Can this guy add to our scheme? Can this guy hold people accountable? Can this guy, fit in and be a good team player within the staff, because it's so important that we're together as a staff. And I think the answer, whenever we bring somebody in, we believe that with that group of guys that we brought in, and Chris is no different. Yeah, I think Saquon, I think we saw the athletic ability, the vision, everything with Saquon that we saw, when we were watching him with the Giants or what we saw in 2024. And so, listen, we as a whole, we didn't reach our ultimate goal of being able to be at the top of the mountain. Only one team was able to do that this year. And so we all have this thing that we want to get back and prove ourselves again. That's what you have to do in this league, right? You don't win. you get back up and you try to prove yourself again. And I think that's everybody's mindset on this team. I'm excited about when these guys get back into the building, and I know we're going to feel that of like that. Just hey, we're hungry for more. And Saquon's no different. I think that we're all going to feel that way. I'm sorry. You always want the guys that you want to try to bring back as many guys as you possibly can. As far as having good football players, good people around. And so obviously when you ask me this question, whether it be about Josh Sweat or whoever it may be, you always want your guys back. I think I've answered it pretty much the same way all the time. You don't win as many games as we've won together, and especially a guy like BG, and say, no. I mean, I think that's not going to say it's a ridiculous question, but of course you want guys back like that. And so I love the guys on our football team. Like I said, we've been through the highest of highs. We've been through lows together. And that's when you come together as a football team and as people when you're going through the ups and downs together. And so, I love our team. And you name the guy, and I'm going to say, yeah, I want him back.
What do the Cowboys get in Christian?
I think Christian is a phenomenal football coach that has contributed to a lot of our player development throughout the last 2 years that he's been here, and to a lot of success that we've had through this and these last 2 years. And so I think the world of him and wish him the best, exception of 2 games every year. Oh, no. Yeah. No, I think he continually gets better. I think you saw him have a great year this year. And, even when a guy prepares not to have as good a year, like you're always looking at it like, is this arrow on the rise? Is this arrow on the fall? Like, and even if a guy doesn't have his best year, he still can be on the rise. Well, I think we saw Devontae have a great year, and I think you just continue to see him play better and better. And I think that's a tribute to who he is. Guys that are tough, that love football, that are smart football players, and they're talented, have a tendency to reach their ceiling, and God willing. And I think that's what you're seeing. You're seeing him continue to get better. You're seeing him continue to do these things and make plays only that he can make on the football field. And so I just think you continue to see him on the rise, and excited about what he'll look like in this new offense that we'll have. Yeah, I mean, that's something that how many did you have this year? Yeah, you're trying to get your guys as many targets as you possibly can that are big time playmakers. I think that's kind of been questions that you guys have asked me, is like, hey, how come this guy didn't get as many targets, and how come he got too many targets, and there's only one football. And so we understand that that's part of our job, that if Devontae has 112 or 140, somebody else is going to have a little bit less. Then it's going to be, why did he get more targets? And so we understand that's kind of the flow of how it goes. And how like last year, Smitty was highly productive, but we ran 24, pardon me. We ran the crap out of the ball, right? And so I think it just all depends. Obviously, we'll do whatever we need to do to try to win each game. Getting Devontae Smith the ball and getting him targets is always going to be important, as long as he's an Eagle, to the success of our football team. And so, it's just the way the season goes, the way the flow of a game goes. It's important that he's seeing targets every game because he does good things when he gets those things. So I don't ever want to say, hey, this is the number. He needs to have this many targets. He needs to be able to affect the game each game, and that number can change each game, each year based off of that.
Well, Christian Parker.
Yeah, I think there's some things that teams did this year that they did a good job of being able to stop it. And we got to get back to being able to. We either have to get back to being able to be as dominant as we were at it, or we find new avenues to be able to convert on third down or in the red zone. And so that's the fun part about off season, is to be able to go through those processes. You go through them during the season as well. I think you saw us do some cool things off of it. And you still want to be able to do that. Hey, here you're doing that with your entire offense. Hey, here this play's coming. Just kidding, we're running this play. And that's what you're constantly trying to do, to put seeds of doubt within the defense. And this play has that ability. And we know we have to. That it took a little bit of step back, and we got to coach it better. We got to execute it better. Looking forward to seeing where that goes in the future.
Christian Parker gone. How do you?
I get you, Jeff.
How do you think Joe Casper will fill that role? And do you see as someone who has a similar trajectory?
Yeah, just really intelligent guys that love football, that are good football coaches, that help players, become the best versions of themselves. I wish you were able to sit in there with me when I'm having an exit interview with a player, and be able to let them, hear them what they say about their coaches. Both guys, their players, rave about them. That's my job, to be able to bring in coaches that are great coaches. You're a product of the people that you have around you, both players and coaches, as a head coach. And so really happy with the way those guys have worked together. Look forward to, Joe's relationship with Mike, and of how we move forward in that room. But just have the utmost respect for both those guys. Say that one more time, John.
What do you think about the shift, the expectation of double?
You know what? I guess I didn't really have a feel like I'm like, oh, I felt this way or I felt that way. There's a lot of different things that are proposed and that come up within a year, and your job as a coach is to be able to adapt to the rule. Whether that's the kickoff rule that we had to adapt to this year, that's your job as coach to figure that out. And but you never know what that's going to be until you get to it, right? Because there's always speculation one way or the other on a lot of different things, but there's things that you don't have to cross that bridge until you get there, and we're not there quite yet. So we'll see. Yeah, man. There you go. How was he as a teacher? He's a good teacher. I know that. Yeah, just a lot of good people there that helped me become, be where I am today. And, it starts right there with my family and where I grew up, and my friends and my loved ones there. And so really indebted to that part of the country. All right, baby.
All right, Nick Sirianni apparently had to squeeze in that final question that nobody cared about some teacher from where he grew up. But some very interesting points from Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni, and in a day like today, it was very important for them to speak because of the excessive and over-the-top extrapolation from the Tim McManus article that dropped this morning. So we will get into a lot of the comments. You heard Howie Roseman say that they would be open to be Brandon Graham coming back next year. John Clark is reporting that Brandon Graham says he would like to come back, but it's up to the Eagles. So it sounds like a Spider-Man meme. Everyone's pointing at each other, right? You heard the comment about how, one of the things that Howie Roseman likes about Sean Mannion is that he believes that Mannion would be a good help for Jalen Hurts. That was a very interesting comment that was dropped during the presser. You heard them talk about they think that, what Chris Cooper can bring to the table. They had a lot of positive things to say about him. So some very interesting stuff there and some of it was repetitive. Obviously the whole, them saying about A.J. Brown, they don't want to trade good players, blah, blah, blah. So we'll get into all that and more. We'll kind of rehash through what was said during the presser. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Do not forget the 3 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Broadleaf is your trusted source for heating and plumbing service, as well as installation for generations. Call them at 609-390-3907. Because with all of this blizzard, okay, the cold, the hot, if you're without electricity, are you sure that when the electric comes back on, that your heating and cooling system, that your plumbing is all up to par? Get a service check from Broadleaf's Plumbing and Heating right now. Visit them online at broadleafs.net or call them to get on the list to get your system checked out. 609-390-3907 for Broadleaf's Plumbing and Heating. We'll recap what Howie, Roseman, and Nick Sirianni said next with me, Josh Hennig, hanging out with you, filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. We are streaming live on YouTube and X at 973 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Get your preseason discount tickets for Storybook Land now through March 9th. Valid for any general admission day during the 2026 season, March 28th through October 16th. Only $37.95 for ages 2 and up for unlimited rides and attractions. So get your 2026 preseason discount tickets today and create your own story at Storybook Land.
Create your own story at Storybook Land.
Discount ticket offer ends March 9th. Not valid for special event dates. Visit StorybookLand.com.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZzzQuil Pure Z's, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZzzQuil Pure Z's are fast-acting melatonin gummies with a complementary botanical blend to help Mike get the sleep he needs to wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's, just for sleep. Really great sleep. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great, and I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Our locally owned and operated small businesses are the heartbeat of our community. The 97.3 ESPN Industry Aces stand out as leaders in their fields, like Iron Shield Roofing and Siding. To learn more about protecting your home or business from the elements, visit them online, ironshieldroofingsiding.com. South Jersey Gas. To learn more about switching to gas, visit southjerseygas.com/lovemyhome. Support our industry aces, like Iron Shield Roofing and Siding and South Jersey Gas today.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I am the voice of the voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Josh Hennig back here on the Sports Bash, filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, 3:30 on a Tuesday. I hope everyone's out there safe. I know a lot of people are still without electricity. Some people are without internet access. Some people are without all kinds of stuff right now. So please be safe out there as you travel around South Jersey. And I would just say that if you know anyone who is going through something, just try to be kind. You know, on my way to the studio today, I just had to shake my head because there was someone who thought it was so important. So some of the lights right now are out, right? If you drive around Cape and Atlantic counties and, you know, people are just kind of going common courtesy, right? It's like, you know, hey, you were here first, or hey, you know, there's no one behind me, so I'll slow down and let you go. You know, common courtesy stuff. And I did see a little bit of people just not having common courtesy. And I would just say to those people who are being belligerent on the road, unless it's a medical emergency, you don't need to get to Wawa faster than the person across from you, okay? Just chill out. Try to show some kindness to other people. You know, there's a lot of people who are going through it right now. You know, I ran into somebody I haven't seen in a long time at Wawa, and, you know, she's without power. She's got kids, you know, and she was at Wawa because ShopRite wasn't open, you know, so it's one of those deals where, you know, don't let's all try to do better than what we did with Hurricane Sandy. And I didn't plan on saying this, but I may just hit on this real quick. I remember living in Ocean City during Hurricane Sandy, and there were so many people and so many businesses that suffered because of that storm. And this has got to be the most power outages I've seen since Hurricane Sandy. And while I'm aware the electric company is saying they're doing everything they can to get people's power restored, I would just say that, if there is any level of kindness or anything you can do for somebody else who's going through something, try to do it. When businesses start opening up, and I say this a lot on 97.3 ESPN, Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Tuesday. Try not to go to the chain, big name establishments all the time. If you're going to go out to eat, if you're going to go out to have a drink, if you're going to go out to do something, to get out of the house because you've maybe been stuck in the house, try to go to the local businesses because they all have pretty much gotten really crushed by losing days of business and inventory sales and stuff like that. So, I just, again, just be kind to other people, okay? And it's one of those things where, we may not see or fully understand the impact of this storm until people really start digging themselves out. Or, I was actually talking to somebody earlier today. They said that they had 2 trees fall in their yard, and they're kind of stuck in their house right now because they can't back the car out of the driveway. So, let's try to just be good to each other, okay? Let's try to have a little, thought and compassion for your fellow man right now, because, there are a lot of people who don't have things. And so try to be understanding that maybe the world doesn't revolve around you. And if you think that the only important thing in the world is for you to get your coffee and to potentially almost run somebody over, because the light is out and people are kind of just, trying to be self-respecting to each other's, time and space, get your head screwed on straight. And I'll leave it at that. All right. Let's get it back to the Eagles. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. So there was a bunch of stuff in that commentary from, I don't even say commentary, that presser. And I really am glad that the Eagles got to speak after the article came out, because it felt like, when Howie Roseman came out and said, I have no opening statement, and then Sirianni did either, it was kind of like they understood that they weren't here to give a statement. They were here to answer questions. And I did like them getting straight to the point. I think the biggest takeaway is the comment that Howie Roseman made, and I know it was hard for everybody to hear the questions. Usually, these streams do a better job at putting the microphones in the position for you to hear the questions. But basically the one question was about, A.J. Brown and the future of the team. And, Howie Roseman made the comment. He's made it before, but I think he was a little more specific this time, because he said, basically he was saying, it's hard to subtract a great player when you're trying to get better. And that, his goal is they're going to do whatever's best interest of the team. And anything puts them in a position to win a championship, they're going to do that. But, they're not going to go out of their way to subtract a player from their team. And I think that is a huge, huge key in all of this, right? It's the idea that you don't want to put yourself in a position where you're getting rid of A.J. Brown just to get rid of him, right? Is A.J. Brown quirky? Yes. Is A.J. Brown odd? Yes. Is A.J. Brown passive-aggressive at times? 100%. But is A.J. Brown a bad guy? Is he a bad teammate? Is he a locker room cancer? I don't think so. From everything I've heard and seen, there's never been a point in time where A.J. Brown has been framed as the bad guy. So as far as the Eagles are concerned, they don't see a point in trading A.J. Brown for the sake of trading A.J. Brown. But like I said earlier on the Sports Bash, Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill. We'll get to your text on the White Horse RV text board in just a bit at 609-403-0973 as we are recapping what Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni said to the media, the presser. Obviously, if a team like the Raiders says, we got Max Crosby, you have A.J. Brown, we don't really want to trade either guy, but how does the conversation even start? Like he said, when you look at who is and isn't available, right? Certain guys, no one's trading them, right? Certain guys, you don't want to trade them, but you could. And I think to the point what Howie was saying is look, if we can make the team better and we have to trade someone to do it, we'll do it. So I think it's more important that they were saying that, look, we're not trying to actively get rid of these guys. A couple other things from Howie Roseman I thought were interesting. He talked about that they're going to talk to Dallas Goedert's agent over the next few days. So it seems like the Eagles do want to bring Dallas Goedert back. They are not, they're not trying to move on too quickly from a guy who caught 11 touchdowns last year. The other point I thought was interesting was when they asked about Jalen Phillips and Howie made the comment that basically, he looks at Phillips as a fit for Fangio's defense. And, when you have someone who already is a fit, that you're basically not trying to look for someone to replace that guy in free agency. It sounds like to me right now that this is the way the Eagles' offseason priority list is going. Again, based on what Howie Roseman said, we're going to try to re-sign Jalen Phillips and Dallas Goedert. We are happy with Jake Elliott. We're not trying to replace him. They basically said that they need to address the cornerback position. They need more depth on the defensive line. And that the Eagles are basically going into this offseason trying to find every way possible to improve the team so the season doesn't end the way it did last year. So that's what Howie Roseman said. Nick Sirianni was a little more Sirianni than anything else. Like, when they asked him about Sean Mannion, he brings up Mannion's family. And it's like, this is where Sirianni gets himself in trouble. This is where Sirianni just can't shut up. Like, Nick, Sean Mannion's family background has no weight whatsoever on him in this job. Just shut up about the frivolous stuff. Like, this is where Sirianni needs somebody to get in his ear and tell him to just stop. If he can't avoid saying the dumb stuff, then just shut up. This is why people hate Sirianni, because he'll give an answer where, you're trying to ask the guy. Well, first of all, they asked Howie Roseman about hiring Sean Mannion, and Roseman kind of gave you we have our process, and we're really happy with what he's going to bring to the table, and we think that after talking to a lot of people that he was the best candidate. But if you have further questions, ask the head coach. And then you ask the head coach, and his answers have to do with not the offense. Sirianni talks about the process. He talks about, it's important to make sure that you can run the ball and run play action after it. And it's like, well, you said that last year with Patullo, and you said it the year before with Kellen Moore, and you said it before the year with Brian Johnson. Like, Sirianni doesn't know how to answer a question in a way that doesn't put his foot in his mouth. And I think that's where Sirianni looks and sounds like a guy that people think could be on the hot seat, because he doesn't know how to articulate himself to the media in a way that doesn't sound like an idiot or sound like a person who's running for political office and doesn't want to get himself in trouble, so he doesn't want to weigh in on an important issue. The other thing that the Sirianni did say that I thought was a little more interesting was, Sirianni talked about how, they did interview a lot of people. And I think that was interesting that the Eagles kind of went out of their way and, established the fact that they felt that Mannion was the best of all the options they could find. I felt like that was way more of a significant answer from them than the Sean Mannion stuff specifically, because it feels like the Eagles are very, very, very intent on trying to get a certain message out there about, why the why behind the hiring of Mannion, and they don't really want to get into the details, probably in part because they probably told Mannion they wouldn't get into the details. I think that there is, if you read between the lines, the Eagles don't want to tell you exactly why they hired this guy, because I think if they tell you exactly why, they actually have to admit something else, which is, one, they should have never have given Petula the job. Two, if they were going to give the Petula the job, they should have given it to him with the understanding of a better coaching staff around him. Because you heard Sirianni talk about the hiring of Chris Cooper and the hiring of the staff around Mannion. And it sounds like to me that there was a bit of an admission of, we didn't do it right with Petula. We didn't put him in a position to be successful. We thought he was going to be better than he was. He wasn't. And now here's what's next. All right, we'll get some of your text on the other side. The Whitehorse RV text board is open at 609-403-0973. Shout out to Ray and EHT. Appreciate you chiming in. Glad to hear that you are doing all right and you're safe out there, out and about. Evan in Little Egg Harbor. Evan in Little Egg Harbor, I don't know what reality he lives in, but we're going to have to get to your text as well as Rico. All your texts coming on the Whitehorse RV text board. Your reactions to the comments from Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman today on the Sports Bash. Live for the NFL Combine was Nick and Howie. I'm in the 97.3 ESPN studios, filling in for Mike Gill on a Tuesday. Don't forget Adam Caplan will join us coming up for Football on 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com in 15 minutes from now. Also, Nick Earnshaw for these Knicks Nuggets. And at 5 o'clock, we will touch on the Sixers, who are back in action tonight with Austin Krell from Sports Illustrated. All that and more to come on 97.3 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN. You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. 3 o'clock hour of The Sports Bash being brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Broadlee's is your trusted source for heating, plumbing service, installation for generations. Call them at 609-390-3907 or visit them online at broadlees.net. Don't forget, when you get your electric back on for the over 55,000 people in Atlantic and Cumberland counties, Atlantic and Akimay counties that lost their power because of the blizzard. When you get that system back on, you might need to get it checked. Call Brawley's Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning just to do a little maintenance check, a little system check. Just a suggestion. Check you on the Whitehorse RV text board now at 609-403-0973. Rico chimes in at the Whitehorse RV text board. He says, Josh, when you're selling your house, you don't talk about how it maybe needs a new roof or septic system. A.J. Brown will not be back. Good show, says Rico. Well, Rico, I think it's a very good point because the Eagles are not doing what the Phillies did with Castellanos. One of the reasons why the Castellanos trade situation never came to fruition was because it was already known that Castellanos was a depreciated value. People saw it on the field. People already knew about the dirty laundry, right? The incident in the dugout, his weird comments after the games, his bad mouthing the manager. Like, Castellanos and the Phillies did no one any favors. So the idea would be when you're trying to trade somebody, you don't make sure the world knows that they are. It's like if you go to a car dealership, right? And the car dealership sits there and gives you a vehicle, and you're like, well, I know this is a bad vehicle. Look at the dents. Look at the everything wrong with it. You don't market that. Now, I will say, when you're selling a house, if you have someone come in, you maybe not market that the place maybe needs a new roof or new septic system, but maybe before the people sign off on the deal, like in the NFL, you have to do like a physical when you make an acquisition, like a trade or a signing. Maybe you tell them, I would recommend you get a new roof in the next 5 years, or the septic system is the original septic system. It is not an up-to-date new septic system. So you can say those things, Rico, but you don't throw them under the bus. I totally agree with that. Evan Little Egg Harbor never ceases to disappoint with the strangest comments on the text board at 69403-0973. Evan from Little Egg Harbor says, I have one thing to say. Kenneth Walker III or A.J. Brown or both will start next season in Dallas. When this monstrous deal happens, you'll be thinking of Evan from Little Egg Harbor. So, Evan, let me ask you a question. How would A.J. Brown end up in Dallas unless the Eagles traded him to Dallas, which the Eagles wouldn't do because the Cowboys need to re-sign George Pickens? Delusional. Dude, you're delusional. And even if you sign Kenneth Walker III, it doesn't fix the Cowboys' offensive line. It doesn't fix the defensive personnel issues that they have. Evan Lake Harbor, I would love to know whatever you're taking that has you living in an alternate reality, and I would ask you to please share it with the congregation, my friend. Football at 4, Adam Caplan joins us next on 97.3 ESPN.
Get an apple on Mr. Bishi.
Why buy used?
home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City.
Josh Hennig, Philly for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Yes, football at 4. Adam Caplan is back as it's NFL Combine Week, but as we will talk about here for Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, being brought to you by Ocean Casino and Resort and the Fanatics Sportsbook, the place to be for all seasons, football, baseball, basketball, hockey. Go to Ocean, go to Fanatics Sportsbook, go to the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Adam, I thought the biggest tell from the media availability today was when Howie Roseman said, Adam, we are going to be talking with Dallas Goedert's agent in a few days. I think that kind of gives the audience an idea, Adam, of what really happens during Combine.
Yeah, Josh, yeah. So basically, last year at this time, this is when, my understanding is, we actually put this out right before the start of free agency, that they told Dallas Goedert's agent that, and they have a very good relationship with the agency that reps Dallas. They've Ryan Tollner and Chase Callahan have dealt with Howie and have a great working relationship. They've had some complex deals to do, but Howie, my understanding was straight up with them, saying, "Look, we're looking to trade your client. We're looking to trim down cash," is my understanding, and they try to do that hard. In fact, it's pretty close to happening at one point, if we were told. So here, I'd expect them to kind of tell them where they're at, what they'd be interested in doing and not doing, and then they'll go from there. And Dallas, our understanding is he would be open to returning. But Howie made it pretty clear today, and also I know he talked to they had a media gathering here in Philly last week. He made it pretty clear that, look, they want to extend a bunch of contracts. They're not going to be heavy players in free agency, though. I would almost bet $1,000 that they'll spend more in free agency than they did last year, which we told people don't expect anything big. It was going to be a small amount. It was a little smaller than we expected. But they have some things they've got to do. They've got to be better on the offensive line with depth. They were at poor depth on the offensive line. You got to look at that. Jalen Phillips is part of the free agent class. That costs money. We know they want him back in a pretty significant way. He did very well. They want to grow that relationship. So it's really, as Howie said today, it's drafting and developing and then supplementing a little bit through free agency now.
And, of course, obviously a lot of that starts this week. So, Adam, can you take the audience a little behind the scenes about what is next for a guy like a Howie Roseman this week at the Combine?
Yeah, so what he'll do is he will meet with the agents of all their free agents, or most of them. And Bryce Johnston, who's very important to Howie in terms of he does a lot of the contract structure ideas. Jake Rosenberg used to have a lot of these meetings before he left the team. So, yeah, this is an important week. Now, you could also get the ball rolling in trade talks. Our expectation is, and Howie kind of confirmed this, that they're more than willing to listen to anyone who's interested in A.J. Brown. Doesn't mean they're going to trade him. But it's Howie's job, as he said today, to listen if someone's calling. Now, what I would also say is, in our reporting over the years, the Patriots called multiple times. They weren't listening. They were trying to get an extension done, so they weren't interested in listening. But this is a little different. Brown is 29 in NFL years. He turns 29, I believe, in June. He just didn't look quite the same player last season. Still was good, was not great. And the Eagles learned, certainly with Alshon Jeffrey's drop-off in performance. He was never as good as A.J. Brown has been, but was a good player for a long time. And they made a mistake. One of the few that Howie's made is when they extended and restructured his contract, gave him more money, and then he wound up just dropping off completely. So you never want to wait till it's too late. Now, if he's back, they're set. Now, they have a depth issue at receiver. Jahan Dotson's up. Darius Cooper, if Dotson's back, will get a chance, as we understand, to compete for the number. Need to be in the number 3. So they've got a lot of work to do. But their big thing, their initiative this offseason is to get contract extensions done, and they want to get a bunch of them done, as I understand it.
And, Adam, when you talk about contract extensions, can we just hit on that really quick for the audience out there? Is there a player or a group of players that you are maybe zeroing in on that you know the Eagles are going to try to prioritize? Because we know that there's a lot of guys on defense who are going to be coming up on the rookie deals, right?
Yeah, and I would look toward that side of the football. Jordan Davis, absolutely. No question. He is a priority for them. It's a really remarkable story. Awful first 2 years. Came on late in his third season and had a breakout season in year 4. He's grown up. He needed to mature. I think we've all learned a little bit. As bad as it could look at one point, just play the thing out. You never know. And Howie Roseman did a smart thing. I'll give Howie credit. I didn't agree with it, and I was wrong when they picked up a fifth-year option. And here's why they did it, Josh. Just in case Davis blows it up like he did, and they can't get an extension done this year, they still have him under contract through 2026. That's why they did it, and that's where they're at. They'll see if they can get a deal done. Moro Jomo, do not be surprised if they extend his contract. He's now eligible. He's played 3 seasons. He was really good. Milt Williams is a better football player, but they're completely different in the way that they play. So that's another one you have to look at. Jalen Carter is going to be interesting. As much as they might be open to extending his contract, he has the shoulder problems. You have to figure out what that would look like with Drew Rosenhaus's agent. So that's something also that they'll look at for sure. And then, offensively, there's really right now, we don't see Tyler Steen getting done. Other than that, that's nothing offhand that I could think of that they need to address right now.
A couple more with Adam Caplan, NFL Insider. Don't forget to follow him on the X platform at Caplan NFL, Inside the Birds podcast. Like, subscribe, and download wherever you get your podcasts. To your point about the contracts, Adam, there's a lot of speculation out there, right, about how the rise of the salary cap can impact these teams. Well, how does it impact a team like the Eagles, for example, in an offseason like this?
Yeah, I try to tell people I've changed my mind with the salary cap issues or whatever the number. The more you have, the easier it is to negotiate and structure contracts. But teams simply do not cut players for cap purposes. No matter what anyone will tell you, 99% of the time that they're wrong, they're doing it because they don't think the player could help them anymore. And that's just the way it is. Or they don't think the player is worth the cash that the player would want, and they'll let the player go somewhere else. Sometimes they might say, hey, listen, if you can't get a better deal, we'd be willing to bring you back for this number. But they don't cut players for cap purposes. They cut them because they don't think they're worth the cash. People just don't seem to understand that. I try to warn people about that, and every time it looks like we're right. The Saints, that we give this example, they refuse to cut players for cap purposes. They always have cap problems. You just restructure and restructure and restructure. And at some point, you think they're going to pay the piper, but they just continue to structure. It's not a good way to do business. It's credit card spending. But it's really about cash, and then the cap is a workaround. Yes, it's real, but it's just a workaround. It's not something owners care about. Owners care about cash spend. They don't care about what they let the general manager and contract negotiators worry about the cap structure and getting under it in compliance. They worry about cash spend. Like, when a GM says, hey, we need to cut this player, he's going to know what it's going to cost us cash-wise. He doesn't say, what's the cap look like? He doesn't care. The owners don't care about that. So just be careful when you see stuff out there. People say this guy's a cap casualty. 99 times out of 100, the reporter's wrong, and they just don't understand it. I've learned that the hard way from talking to contract negotiators, and I'll take that to the bank.
And really quick, before we let you go, Adam, one of the comments Howie Roseman made was that he was looking forward to a lot of the interviews they do with the guys preparing for the draft this week. One of the things you and Jeff Mosher talked about on the Inside the Birds podcast is how the Eagles do a lot of these interviews, not just for players they're going to draft this year, but for potential players they may want to acquire in the future.
Yeah, and by the way, you're allowed to tape. I'm going to give you a very quick Cliff Notes version of what goes on this week. You've got your formal and informal interviews. You could tape everything. So, yeah, it's so different when the player comes into your building for a pre-draft visit, one of your 30. You could tape all of that. And Andy Reid told me one time that it's good. It's really good sometimes to use one of those 30 pre-draft visits. Maybe there's a player you don't think you'll be able to get, but you never know for free agency, Josh. That's why it's important. The physical examinations are by far the number one most important information to get. The workouts have its importance, but it's secondary. Unfortunately, some careers have been ended by pre-existing medical conditions that players do not know about. It's awful when this happens. And Howie actually, he didn't talk about that exactly, but he did talk about in a week from now when they get some of the medical information, they have to adjust their draft board for stuff they didn't know about. And
Right.
by the way, every NFL team gets the same medical information. It's not hidden for one team by another. Now, their opinion of it may differ, that's for sure, but the medicals are important, interviews are important, and workouts as well.
I'm glad you said that. I was saying that earlier as well. There's no hidden information with these medicals. It's all, everyone's got the same information out there. Adam Caplan, NFL Insider at Caplan NFL on the X platform. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Like and subscribe and download wherever you get your podcast. Adam, take care.
You got it. Thank you.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, Football at 4 is always being powered by Ocean Casino Resort and the Fanatics Sportsbook, the place to be, not just for football season, basketball, hockey. The NHL is coming back this week. Maybe you want to watch a UFC fight over there. How about that big college basketball tournament in the month of March? The place to be is Fanatics Sportsbook inside Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. So go to the Fanatics Sportsbook, go to Ocean, go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Before we get to a couple of your texts coming in at 609-403-0973 on the Whitehorse RV text board, 609-403-0973. I see Steven Ventnor chiming in to the show today. You know, poor Steve, I actually gave him a compliment yesterday, and I found out that he wasn't even listening yesterday. It's like, what poor guy. Poor guy texts Mike Gill all the time. We all poke fun of him. And then the one day we actually give him a compliment on the radio, he doesn't listen. But we will get to Steve's text in just a moment at 609-403-0973 on the Whitehorse RV text board, along with all the others. Just to recap what Adam was saying, 2 points I want to hit on. I think the point at the very end is very important because he talked about the medicals. And Rico chimed in earlier about how, the idea is that, you don't market it, that you want to trade A.J. Brown or that, A.J. Brown is a problem. We want to get rid of him, right? So no one's ever going to say anything like that. They're not going to be like the Phillies and let all the dirty laundry leak out and then try to unload the guy and then realize he's an appreciated car on the lot that nobody wants. To Adam's point about the medical stuff, so let's start with that really quick. I always go back to the most famous medical story, which is Drew Brees. The Chargers drafted Phillip Rivers because Drew Brees had some injury issues early in his career. When Drew Brees had rotator cuff surgery and then he hit free agency, there were two teams that were in heavy pursuit of him, the New Orleans Saints and the Miami Dolphins. They both had the same medical information. They both had the same evaluation time. They had the same opportunity to talk with his agent and the doctors and him. They got a chance to work him out. Both teams did. But the Miami Dolphins said, we're failing his physical. We don't think his shoulder is going to be able to hold up. The Saints doctors said, no, we think his shoulder is fine. We should sign him. Saints go on to win a Super Bowl, and the Miami Dolphins haven't been to a AFC championship game in basically over 30 years. So it goes to show you that, as Adam said, everyone has the same information. It's just a matter of how do they interpret that information. The Philadelphia Eagles are at the Combine this week gathering information, talking to people. You heard Howie Roseman say it earlier when we played the press conference here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on a Tuesday afternoon. It's the idea that Howie's like, hey, we are going to talk to Dallas Goedert's agent this week. You heard Adam Caplan say it there, that they have a very good working relationship with Goedert's agent. Well, in order to maintain that good relationship, they want to keep talking to the agent. They want to be like, hey, let's have an honest conversation about Dallas Goedert. Let's have an honest conversation about who Dallas Goedert is to this team moving forward. I think it's very, very, very important that the Eagles are treating this week as information gathering. You heard that Howie Roseman was asked about Jalen Phillips. He says, hey, he's a great fit for Vic Fangio's scheme, and he's a good fit for our ball club. Well, it's not easy to fill that void if you have a guy who makes sense. I've been saying all offseason, Jalen Phillips should be the number one priority for the Philadelphia Eagles this offseason. And part of being the number one priority for the Eagles this offseason is the reality that they're not looking to trade A.J. Brown. They're looking to make sure that they have the guys they need in free agency first. But as Howie said, if someone calls, I still have to listen. You heard Spytech, the GM of the Raiders, say, look, if Howie Roseman calls me, I got to have a conversation. These smart GMs are not afraid of having conversations, but they're not actively shopping some of these guys. Now, again, we know certain players are more available than other players. Every NFL insider or reporter wouldn't have A.J. Brown's name on the tip of their tongue if there wasn't smoke around A.J. Brown. And when there's smoke, there's fire. The other thing that Adam Caplan brought up that I thought was interesting, he talked about how teams don't look at the salary cap all the same. And I think that's an important part of this conversation as well. The Eagles view the salary cap as a function of building the roster. They don't look at the salary cap as the end-all, be-all of the roster. That's why the Eagles are one of the few teams in the NFL that pay a lot of signing bonuses up front to save money on the cap. The Eagles pay out more cash than anyone else because it helps save them money on the salary cap. And the problem, though, is that reporters will put out information about so-and-so signed this contract. But then when you dig deeper, you find out that they really didn't sign what you say they're signing. They actually signed for a much lesser number, and they have the opportunity to make this much money. So that's part of the conversation as well, is that if you are a team like the Eagles, you are trying to negotiate based on guaranteed money, cash up front. Other teams are more interested in negotiating in total dollars and cents long term. That's part of the reason why the conversations that are being had this week are about the franchise tag. You saw Kyle Pitts, the reports first came out yesterday that Kyle Pitts was going to get the franchise tag because the Falcons are a team that's worried that if Kyle Pitts gets the free agency, they're not going to be able to negotiate with him. It's part of the reason why the Cowboys are considering franchising George Pickens. It's why the Buccaneers are so conflicted on Mike Evans because their GM, Jason Licht, came out this week and said, we don't know if we can match what Mike Evans could get in free agency in order to bring him back. Well, all three of those teams are very different in how they handle their caps. A team like the Cowboys has never been good at managing their money. So they just throw money at problems at times, and whether it negatively impacts their cap or not, they deal with that later. The Cowboys are more focused on getting the players than they are about how they get the player. The Buccaneers are a team that does come a little bit more from the Howie Roseman, Andy Reid, Joe Banner tree of roster management, of cap management, of are we in a position to manage this number? Now, the problem is the Bucs don't have as much on-hand cash as a team like the Eagles do, so it's a little harder for them to do that. The Falcons are fascinating because the Falcons just hired a Howie Roseman disciple to be their new GM, that being Ian Cunningham. So is Ian going to start managing the Falcons the way Howie Roseman does the Eagles? Something to think about. 609-403-09. So a couple texts before we hit the break. Steven Ventnor chimes in and says the Eagles need to re-sign Jalen Phillips and extend Jordan Davis. I 100% agree. He says the Eagles need to focus on drafting offensive line and wide receiver in the draft. We're about 2 months away from that, but sure. I think, though, that depends on what they do with a couple other positions, honestly. And then he says they got to trade for this guy, sign that guy. I'll just say this, Steve, and I will say this to anyone about all this stuff. I don't look at trading and signing players through the prism of what I would like the Eagles to do. I try to do it through the prism of what I know is or isn't like legitimate. And there's no information out there that would suggest that the Chicago Bears are interested in trading Cole Kmet. So until you have substantive information that Cole Kmet would even be a tradable asset, I can't rock with you there, man. But I 100% agree they need to re-sign Jalen Phillips and extend Jordan Davis. Because you could argue those are two of the five most important players on defense at this point for the Eagles. Danny HC says complex individuals like A.J. Brown are short-term only, not just in sports. Yes and no. I think Danny HC, as a general principle, you're right that, when you have somebody who's got as many complexities as A.J. Brown, I almost said Jalen Brown. Someone that's many complexities as A.J. Brown, it's hard to know where you stand with them at times because they're constantly waffling. If you watch the 8-minute video that A.J. Brown did about mental health and his reaction to Rondale Moore's passing and everything, there's a lot in there about A.J. Brown that, I think is probably some of the most candid talk that he's ever had. The problem is that he seems to be unable to have those same candid conversations and those honest, open conversations about other things. And so it just kind of goes to show you that someone who, on one hand, is willing to be so open and honest, but on the flip side, has used social media to be passive-aggressive, it shows you why he's frustrating. And I don't know if it's true that unless evidence comes out that A.J. Brown is like a locker room cancer or that there's something about him that we don't know and that that's why he's a problem for this team, that I tend to think that his complexities have not completely shortchanged. His complexities have not completely been the reason why the offense has not worked. It's not the reason why. I don't think his complexities are why he dropped passes. Let's put it that way. I think that there's some other things going on there. I think being complex is not as much of a negative. I think a guy like Brian Dawkins was very complex, but he's a Hall of Famer, and he didn't never let his complexities impact his ability to play the game. All right, coming up on the other side, we got Knicks Nuggets today on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig, Philly from Mike Gill. 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. We are streaming live on YouTube and X at 973 ESPN.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. NBA, the Sixers back in action tonight. They're in Indianapolis where they'll take on the Pacers. Philadelphia beat the Minnesota Timberwolves Sunday. That snapped a 4-game losing skid. They're currently 6th in the Eastern Conference. They've beaten Indiana in both meetings this season. The Flyers are returning from the Winter Olympic break on Wednesday. They'll face Washington. They will face the Rangers in New York on Thursday. Philadelphia entered the break with 61 points, losing 5 of their last 6, and they're currently in 6th place in the Metropolitan Division. And in spring training baseball, Tuesday, the Phillies lost to Miami in Palm Beach by a score of 6-1. Wednesday, they're in Clearwater to take on Detroit. The sports update brought to you by Progressive. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
From the 10 Square New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. A Clipper system approaches tonight, bringing with it our next chance of snow. Expect increasing clouds this evening. Temperatures will only dip a few degrees overnight to a low of 27. Early morning light snow possible tomorrow, which could produce a coating of accumulation. Not a lot, but it's during the morning commute. Clouds give way to sun tomorrow, high 43. Another chance of late-day rain and snow expected on Thursday, high of 40. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
We have the perfect solution for sitting in traffic.
You come with me.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Josh and affiliate for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM. 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Streaming live on YouTube and X at 973 ESPN. Nick Earnshaw in just a bit here on Sports Bash, 973 ESPN. You know, it's a week like this that kind of does make you wonder, because it's always interesting when you hear the players that a coach or a GM is willing to talk about versus who they're not willing to talk about. And I'm not saying I'm calling, shenanigans or anything, but it does make you curious when you get asked about one player. It's, oh, well, we're going to be talking with Dallas Goedert's agent this week. Another player, it's, well, we think that, Jalen Phillips is a great fit for this clubhouse, Vic Fangio's scheme. He's a tremendous player. We'd love to have him back. But then when A.J. Brown's name comes up is, well, look, we're not in the business of getting rid of great players, and if you want to get better, you typically don't get rid of really good players. But you didn't say no. You just said, we're not in the business of getting rid of really good players. Very, very different kind of conversation there. And I think that's why, for me, I do look at some of this stuff as a little tongue-in-cheek. Because, as Adam Caplan said, you can't look at this stuff and be hyper, it is this or else. Because you do have a comment from Rico on the text board at 609-403-0970, which says, Josh, I might not have watched 24/7 of every Eagles snap, but I thought Jalen Phillips didn't show up in the Eagles playoff loss. Well, my answer to that, Rico, is you could argue that Vic Fangio didn't show up in the playoff loss. Vic Fangio got outcoached by Kyle Shanahan. But the difference is that no one's saying that we shouldn't have Vic Fangio back, right, Rico? You could argue that of the, 17 times 2 is 34, 35, 36. Of the 40 games Vic Fangio has coached, he's had 2 games where he has legitimately been out-schemed, out-coached, etc. But we're not getting rid of him. So I don't think it's fair to say that we shouldn't bring Jalen Phillips back because he might have not played well in the Eagles playoff loss. I think that's where the rub is for someone like me, Rico. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying that I don't look at a guy like Jalen Phillips and I'm not going to bring him back. I'm just saying that let's not hold one game against the guy and overlook the fact that he was still a positive force and for a team who didn't get a lot of pass rush last year. Let's get to Nick Earnshaw. Nick Earnshaw joins us for today's edition of Nick's Nuggets on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle, streaming live on YouTube and X at 973 ESPN. Nick, how you doing today?
What's going on, Josh? How are you on this fine Tuesday afternoon?
It is a fine Tuesday. By the way, while we're at, because we are on the stream, I do want to point out that apparently Angie didn't think I was going to make it into the studio yesterday.
Wow. You made it today, though. You made it yesterday as well. I mean, it was a little behind, but it's all right. You made it to the airwaves, and look, you're here again.
Well, yesterday was dicey. Okay,
yeah.
I'm not gonna ignore the fact that yesterday was, snow getting and trees were down and half the roads weren't plowed. So, but I thank you, Angie. You called me a total winner. So
there you go. You are a total winner. You're in again today. Are the Eagles winners today? Will A.J. Brown be back? I don't know. I don't know. After all the things that were said today, we don't know. We want him back. I mean, it was just a whole lot of nothing today, really. That's what I took from it. Obviously, they want the guy back. He's talented. He's been a big part of this team on its run over the past couple of seasons. But, I mean, I can't take anything that Sirianni and Howie say today to heart.
Okay, I just say it really quick. I said it earlier. So they ask Howie about the Mannion hire. And Howie does the whole, well, we interviewed a ton of people and, we came to our process and we really feel that Mannion's going to be what's best for Jalen Hurts. But you have to ask the head coach more about it. And then they ask the head coach, and he opens about talking about his family. Well, he comes from a great family. And it's like, this is why people hate Nick Sirianni. Because Nick Sirianni can't just get up there and say, we interviewed however many people. He was the best candidate for the job. Sirianni's going to tell us about his family. No one gives a flying about his family. We care. Because you know what? You know what the great family? You know who you loved? Kevin Patullo. You know who you great family? Who you loved? Brian Johnson. All right? You're giving Eagle fans nightmares when you say that kind of stuff. It's like PTSD. It's like, Nick, stop with the warm and fuzzy.
Yeah, no, I hear you. It's the, deflecting the answer. He's going to answer it for me. Yeah, well, I go back to my Mount Vernon days and all this good stuff.
Oh, that's the worst, too.
It's just, listen, they want AJ back. Everyone wants AJ to be back. Does he want to be back? I don't know. I don't know who to believe when they go on these player podcasts. They go up in front of the combine and answer questions from the media, but don't really answer them. It's just wait and see at this point. And then I know ESPN put out a clip of Sirianni saying, quote, they interviewed him after he had the press conference, the whole thing.
No. Kimberly Martin grabbed him before.
It was before.
That interview was live at the same time on over my shoulder that we were airing Howie Roseman. So somehow the Eagles gave Nick Sirianni this exclusive with Kimberly Martin before he got up on the dais. Like, what is going on here?
Quote, he has meant so much to our football team these past 4 years. We want to keep good players around. Always excited to have him on the football team and look forward to continuing that relationship. End quote, Josh.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, they didn't give us much today to react to with the A.J. Brown stuff. I know earlier they said something in the Tim McManus article, but I mean, listen, it's the same stuff over and over again. Obviously, you want the guy back. He's talented. Does he want to be back? Is he asking for more trades? We don't know.
I thought the biggest comment today was actually not by the Eagles or Nick Sirianni.
Who was it from?
So John Spytek is the GM of the Raiders. And he was asked about Howie Roseman. He basically said that him and Howie Roseman have a very good working relationship. And if Howie calls him, they're going to have a conversation. And I think that was probably the most significant thing said today because Howie basically said something similar. It's like, look, if someone calls me, I got to pick up the phone. I got to have conversations. So that kind of adds fuel to the fire of the whole, would you trade Max Crosby for A.J. Brown conversation? That's probably the most substantive, the most substantive thing we got today.
Yeah, that might be. And the Jake Elliott.
That was a heavy sigh.
And the Jake Elliott stuff. That might be it. That might be the most substantive we've gotten today from these two, for the most part.
Why you didn't think Howie saying he's going to talk to Dallas Goedert's agent this week was substantive?
I would hope he talked to his agent. I mean, come on, what are we doing here? Great. Oh, you're gonna talk to him. What are you gonna talk to him about, Howie? We're not gonna tell you.
What's your favorite Philly cheesesteak? What?
Yeah, I mean, come on. So, not too much from those two today. I thought we'd get a little more, but we didn't really get too much overall. All right,
you are right. It was a letdown.
Yeah, it was definitely a letdown again today. All right, moving along. Let's get into some fun nuggets. All right, shall we? So I saw this post from Bleacher Report on social media today, Josh. I don't know if you saw this.
Probably not.
It was regarding the NBA MVP rule. Okay, the 65-game rule. There are multiple players who are in the running for MVP that could miss out on the award because of the 65-game rule.
Right.
Nikola Jokic, if he misses one more game, out. Devin Booker, 3 more missed games, out. Wemby, 4 more missed games, out. Luka, 5 more missed games, out. SGA, 6 more missed games, out. Ant-Man, 7 more missed games, out. LeBron, Steph, and Giannis are already ineligible for NBA awards. So is this rule by the NBA?
So that last part again, you broke up there for a second, Nick.
You got me back?
Yeah, your thing went all digital. You were like,
all right, let's see. You got me back now.
I got you back
all
now.
Right.
All right.
Awesome.
So what was the question?
Well, so the question I posed to you in the audience is, does the NBA need to go back and rectify this rule once again with all of those players I just named being on the cusp who are in the NBA MVP conversation, with them being in it? Do they need to go back and look at this rule again?
All right. So I'm going to pull up the list so the audience watching on the stream can see as well, okay? Because I do think it's a very interesting question. It's a very fair question by you, because part of the reason why this rule was put into place was because of people like Joel Embiid, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The idea that people like Joel Embiid, can you be an MVP if you haven't played X number of games? So for those who want to know, if you missed Nick before he had digital breakup there, so Jokic missed 1 more game. Devin Booker, he ain't an MVP candidate, so we can move on, okay? Wemby, probably not going to win the MVP anyway, so we'll move on. Luka and SGA and Ant are probably the 3 most interesting. Because honestly, I want Joker to miss 1 more game because I'm tired of people trying to tell me that he needs to win another MVP. It's like, enough, okay?
Isn't it hilarious that he is on the cusp of being outed because of this rule? It's hilarious to me.
Yeah, and he should be outed because people act like Joel Embiid's the only guy who ever misses games.
Yep.
Jokic has had, and so has Luka, by the way, have had their own series of injury issues over the years. Meanwhile, guys like SGA and Anthony Edwards, they play almost every game possible, okay? And so I'm tired of the Jokic thing. I want him to, stub his toe somewhere and miss 1 more game. Like, just stub your toe and come back for the postseason, all right? You notice the name who's not on that list.
Yeah.
Jaylen Brown.
Mm-hmm.
You know his name is not on that list? Tyrese Maxey. It's very convenient that 2 of the guys who should be in the MVP conversation are not on the list. So no, I don't want to revisit this rule. I think the rule is serving its purpose, Nick. I think the rule is doing its job. It's saying, Jokic, you don't deserve another MVP. These other guys do. And frankly, when I heard, I think it was Saturday or Sunday, whoever was doing the broadcast, they talked about how Jokic having another MVP season. I'm like, I almost vomited in my mouth. I was like, enough of the kissing up to this guy. It's like, guys like him and Giannis. Remember years ago, Nick, you might not remember this.
Yeah.
But I remember years ago it was, I don't know if they'll ever win an MVP. Can they win a championship? And now it's like they win an MVP, you want to just give it to him every year. And it's like, no. You could argue that Anthony Edwards, Jaylen Brown, and Tyrese Maxey should be the 3 finalists for MVP. Everyone else can kick rocks.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Ant-Man, he's been unbelievable. Jaylen Brown without Jason Tatum, that's a big one. And I hate to say that. Being in Boston, I understand. He has been unreal this year, carrying that team without Tatum this year. They really haven't missed too much of a beat. And then Tyrese Maxey, obviously playing the most minutes in the league, has been unbelievable, carrying most of the load for the 76ers throughout the majority of the season. He should be in the conversation as well. So you know what? I'm kind of with you here in the sense of the rule's doing its job. If you're not going to play most of the games, then why should you be the most valuable?
That, and also the fact that why do we need to change a rule just because Jokic is disqualified? Like, it feels like a very odd thing when this rule was literally created to stop Joel Embiid type situations.
Right.
Well, guess what? Jokic has now become a Joel Embiid type situation.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yep. Well, there you have it. All right. I'm kind of with you because even though it's all those names, hey, load management, you might have to take a back seat in the next couple of years if you want to win some awards. Okay. I understand some of those guys have been hurt, but also the load managing thing, you're going to miss games because of that. And that's going to hurt your total on the season, Josh.
And guess what? At the end of the day, if the league cared so much about guys missing games, Nick, there's a very simple solution. You know what that solution is?
What is that?
It's very simple. Stop scheduling back-to-back games. There's no reason why for a league that begins play in October and whose NBA finals are in June need to have back-to-back games. If you really cared about these guys playing more often, stop asking them when they're telling you we don't want to play back-to-back games and then say, here's back-to-back games.
I get it. I'm with you. All right, moving along. I got another hypothetical for you. Okay, Josh? This is a story I was reading in Awful Announcing today.
Okay.
Army coach Jeff Monken suggested moving Army-Navy to Thanksgiving weekend due to the concerns of the college football playoff. We know how long it's taking with the extended bracket of the college football playoff.
Right.
Right now, the game is played the second week of December, if I'm not mistaken, for Army-Navy. He suggested with the ever-evolving college football landscape to maybe moving the Army-Navy game to Thanksgiving weekend. It could either be on Thanksgiving, the Black Friday, or on the Saturday after Thanksgiving. Josh, would this be a smart move for the Army-Navy game if we moved it to Thanksgiving? I wouldn't hate waking up to watching that football game.
Now, was Monken saying it would be on Thanksgiving itself?
Could be. He just floated the idea of
weekend.
One of those days. Thursday, Friday, or Saturday.
Because what I would love is, first of all, I don't hate the idea at all. I think that Monken, he's thinking outside the box. He's saying, look, we want to maintain the love, the integrity, what this game means, right? Putting it that weekend solves two problems. One, it prevents a conflict with the conference championship game. So if either Army or Navy's in a conference championship game, their game does not get impacted by that, right? It maintains the importance of Army-Navy. Number two, Thanksgiving weekend has traditionally been rivalry weekend in college football. So it's like you got Mississippi State, you have Arizona State, you have Ohio State versus Michigan. Like some of the biggest rivalries are already that weekend. Here's what I would do. I wouldn't put the game on Thanksgiving. Let the NFL do their thing on Thanksgiving. Okay, we get that. All right, we know that.
What about if they kind of led everything up to the NFL? All right.
We have to keep up that NFL game at 3:00, right? On Black Friday.
Right. Lead it up to that.
Army-Navy was the noon.
Yeah, I don't hate that either. Or you could do a morning game, Army-Navy, on Thanksgiving if you wanted to have football all day. You have Army-Navy to wake up to, and then the NFL the rest of the day. There's a number of ways they could go here with this.
I would just need more information about what the TV contracts,
right?
How tied they are to the Macy's Day Parade and stuff like that.
It would get complicated, I think, with that type of stuff. So I could see a Black Friday move being probably the most realistic. I mean, you could do Saturday, but Black Friday would make it more of an event because it would be the day after Thanksgiving.
Exactly.
They're already trying to make football on Friday the big thing now too. Following Thanksgiving, I wouldn't hate that either. Waking up to Army-Navy would be absolutely fantastic. I know they usually play it later in the day for the most part, but waking up to it,
noon. If you do it noon on Friday, now you're like, hey, everyone spent time with their families, Thanksgiving, it's Americana, blah, blah, blah. And now when the cadets, everybody come out for Black Friday, it's like it's the Black Friday, it's the Black Knights of the Hudson versus the midshipmen. Who's going to win? It adds a little flair to it to me. I think, you know what? I think Monken's got the right idea.
He's got something here. I think Monken's got something here with this one. I like it. And the fact it's rivalry weekend, I think it's pretty cool if they were to do that.
You know who probably won't like it?
Who?
Billy Schwein.
Oh, yeah, I know. Can't change it. Can't move it off. Can't move it off that. Can't move
do
it off
it.
December. Probably. I'm going to bring that up to him this weekend. How about that?
Please do.
His reaction.
It would be absolutely hilarious because I know Billy will be against it. Billy does not like change in any form whatsoever.
I will do that right after he names off a couple of players like we did last weekend.
Oh, wait, really quick. Explain this to me. We got a couple seconds left. So explain. So what is this thing you're doing with him now?
So we have a new segment. Billy is notorious for getting names wrong. Notorious.
Right.
So we're weekly. I think we're going to do it every weekend now on Saturdays, as long as I'm there.
Okay.
We are going to give him a list of players to name off. Okay? From any sport, 4 majors. He's got to try and read the name off correctly.
So he doesn't have to remember them. He has to read.
He just has to read them off correctly. He was 0 for 5 last week. He was 0 for 5.
So it's like you're testing his pronunciation skills.
Yes, we're testing his pronunciation. He was 0 for 5 last week.
Okay.
Maybe he can get one this week.
So Halapuli Vati Vaitai, Sergei Fedorov.
These are good. I'm going to write these down. He did Giannis last week. Jared Saltolomakia. Got them all wrong.
What's another hockey player? Ilya Kovalchuk.
Dustin Byfuglien. He got wrong.
That one's easy. Oh my goodness!
Here, Josh, I'll leave you
I got to tune into this segment now. Saturdays, Nick Earnshaw is producer for Billy Schweim in the locker room here on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up, we'll get back into the Sixers conversation, plus more of your text about the Eagles on the other side. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They got him again!
Sixers.
Bang! It's good! Ball game!
And Flyers.
Tipped in front of the net!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Josh Hennig, Philly for Mike Gill, 5 o'clock hour on the Sports Bash. 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. I know Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni spoke today, but what you might not know is the Sixers are back in action tonight. Yes. Sixers versus the Pacers. Although I'm still confused, are they trying to tank or not? I don't know. It's still a game the Sixers should win and need to win in order to keep pace with the Eastern Conference standings. Get more into the Sixers ahead of tonight's game. Austin Krell joins us from Sports Illustrated right now on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Austin, welcome in. How you doing on Sixers game day?
Doing well, Josh. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Sixers finally won a game after pretty much losing almost every game since the trade deadline. And it was the game we never expected, right? We thought they were going to beat the Pelicans. And maybe they had a chance to beat the Hawks, right? But no, they beat the Timberwolves, right? So it's like, who are the Sixers at this point, Austin? Like, what is this Sixers team? I get it, no Joel Embiid, but you would think that a team that with Maxey and VJ giving so much energy, and then it's like Sunday was the day that they were like, you know what? The second game of a back-to-back, this is the game we're going to just smash somebody.
Yeah, they're nothing if not inconsistent. That's the game that they play. I think I think there's randomness in the NBA every night. We kind of put these artificial, like, this is the game they got to win to prove that they're this team or that team, and like sometimes it's just not. Like sometimes you just don't win that game. And having said that, though, like there's been way too many instances of them losing games that they should theoretically win. A lot of it is like their offense without Joel is just you never know what you're gonna get. And the thing about Sunday was they just hit a bunch of threes. Like you just look at the box score and it's easy to decipher why they won. They had an above average night from three, and that'll win you most games. And so it's not something they can rely on, but that's something that they desperately needed And as you know, as long as Joel is not available, and we'll see about tonight, probably pretty soon. As long as Joel's not available, you'll just take every one of those type of games you can get.
You mentioned about the Noah Joel situation. Are we treating the Joel not playing as an abundance of caution, as has been ascribed by his trainer Drew Hanlon, or do we think there's legitimately maybe something going on here?
I think each game that passes, that this stays a topic, is cause for concern. I mean, I do think that they've shown a comfort with slow playing these injuries, or Joel's availability the last year plus. I mean, last season it was like they were like slow playing until it was, oh wait, there's an actual problem here, like he can't play. And at that point the season was lost anyway. But this year he's had long stretches of being able to play, and they've proven to be pretty good when he's at his best. And so I think the optimistic scenario is they feel like they've proven something with him, and therefore they feel like, okay, like we can let him rest a little bit more now. The pessimistic scenario is, and Nick Nurse said this past Thursday when they returned from the All-Star break, like, yeah, I'm not concerned about this shin thing. I don't think it's a long-term thing. Well, now he's missed. If he plays tonight, the streak will be over. But if he doesn't play tonight, he'll have missed 4 games with this, and it'll be 6 games in a row that he's missed overall. So time will tell. But each game that passes, it becomes more of a topic. And if he doesn't play Thursday against Miami, that tells you something. Like it's an important game for standings purposes.
You mentioned about the standings. The Sixers right now, they're kind of on that teetering between the play-in and the actual top of the standings here. I know that one game is not going to like doom them, but is it just me, or does it feel like there needs to be a little more sense of urgency with this team, with guys not named Maxey and VJ? Because I want to point out that those guys are 100% effort all the time. It just feels like the other guys are kind of like, oh, I'm having a bad day at the office. All right, whatever.
Well, the other guys being who?
Well, like, for example, I feel like there are times that like Drummond will come into the game and it's like a guy gets past him, right? And he can't block the shot. And he gives you kind of like the, oh, well, I didn't get that. And then he like walks down the floor and doesn't get in time for the rebound that he could have had.
Well, I think part of it is
not to like throw Drummond on the bus, but you asked for a specific example.
No, I understand what you're saying. I thought you meant like Joel and Paul instead of like another ancillary piece down the roster.
No, I mean like not to interrupt you, but like to me, I've been saying before you came on this week, Paul. Sorry, Austin. What day is it? I don't even know what day it is. I hope you are you home? Because I hope you have electricity. Okay. I don't have electricity, so like the whole thing is like throwing me off this week.
Sleeping at the office.
Yeah. So anyway, I've been saying for the last 2 weeks, I think one of the problems with the Sixers is that when they don't win games and there's no Joel and there's no Paul George, it's even more imperative that the guys around Maxey and Edgecombe do their job. I'm not asking them to score like 25 points. I'm just saying Quentin Grimes, Andre Drummond, like the guys who come off the bench or the guys who are only playing like, we need those 18 to 20 minutes to be a good 18 to 20 minutes.
Well, so I think part of it is eventually you are overexposed as a role player, and it's like I can be effective in these spurts, but when I'm asked to be playing this many minutes, like eventually I'm just going to get beat. Other part of it is probably the team is getting beat pretty handily in a lot of these games without Joel, and it's just demoralizing, and all you can do is kind of just drop your shoulders and say, well, I guess that's it. And I think part of it is like, simply put, they don't have a lot of really good pieces in place without Joel and Paul. And part of that is a product of having 2-3 max contracts in this collective bargaining agreement. And part of it is like, no, the roster just simply isn't good enough. I mean, when they lost the Pelicans, I scrapped my gamer and I wrote a column where I was like, how is this possible that you build a team that doesn't have any shooting? And like, that's to me like a central issue in all of this is you like Maxey passes, the defense throws everything at Maxey. He passes the ball to the open guy clanks a three. What do you do with that? Like it's simply not a skill that they have an abundance of, and it really, really hurts them when Joel isn't available.
Talking with Austin Krell, of course, cover the 76ers for Sports Illustrated. Give him a follow on X at NBA Krell. Also check out Sixers on SI on the X platform. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. You mentioned about the no shooting issue, right? And I think you and I touched on this last week a little bit, which is, you traded away Jared McCain. You didn't really upgrade the roster. Cam Payne's a nice player, but like he ain't fixing all your problems. So it kind of like it's a really bad predicament to be in that like you are now this dependent on Joel and PG coming back and being Joel and PG. Whereas maybe if you would have, I don't know, added somebody not named Cam Payne to the team, maybe you would not be, like, you ever see the gif of the guy sweating bullets?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I feel like that's how Nick Nurse feels sometimes.
So I don't think Nurse gets to walk away blame free here for their offense.
Okay.
As a piece of the pie. I will say that like I've had this conversation 1,000 times with friends since the trade deadline, and no one's ever going to get me to believe that Jared McCain alone was fixing any of the problems. Just like you said, Cameron Payne was not fixing all the problems. Like a team that is bottom half of the league in 3-point shooting, or maybe even worse than that on most nights. One guy who's a very good shooter is not going to fix all the problems. The defense can scheme that guy out of the picture fairly easily. If they had maybe Isaiah Joe and another shooter, it was a dead eye and Jared. Okay, then subtracting one shooter actually does make it a lot harder for your offense because you put 3 guys in the court who could shoot the ball next to Maxey, and they're a really hard offense to stop. But you put one shooter on the floor next to Maxey, and it's like, that's not that hard to stop. And so one shooter doesn't make them, I think, markedly worse. But I understand the sentiment of like, this guy was had a skill that you need, and he was a likable personality, and you just traded him and didn't add anything at the deadline. I get all that. But to me, I mean, the argument that I would make is the team would be probably a lot better, even if they were flawed, but they'd still be a lot better, a lot more exciting if you just put like 4 different clones of JJ Redick on the court next to Tyrese Maxey. Like it sounds silly to say because that's a small guard, but it's like, no, that's like a lot of shooting, and that makes your offense a lot more hard to defend than it is in just to throw 2 guys at Maxey and pray that Quentin Grimes can beat you. And he hadn't been beating them until he did on Sunday.
Well, also if your lineup was, let's say it was Maxey, Edgecombe, Marco Bellinelli, Ersan Ilyasova, and George Niang, like can you imagine like what that would look like?
Not the Maxey, most versatile bunch. They'd have their warts, of course. Right. That's what they would score a ton of points.
Right. Because who's guarding who in that situation, right? Like
exactly. Like you leave one guy open, there's 3. You leave another guy, you get hung up on a screen, and another 3. And like it's very hard to scheme a team that has multiple really good shooters. And like you wonder why the Celtics have been able to maintain without Jason Tatum all year long. One is Jaylen Brown's been awesome. Another is their 3 highest usage players, Brown, Pritchard, and Derek White, have not been very good shooters. They have 7 teammates who have all been excellent shooters this year. So of course
Well, also it goes to the comment that Jalen Brown made at the All-Star break, where he said that they were asking him, how have you guys been able to play this well? He says everyone is bought into what Joe Mazzulla is preaching, and maybe that goes back to the Nick Nurse thing, which is I'm not trying to fire anybody, but is there a possibility that
we're trying to fire somebody, Josh? No, I'm kidding.
Oh, maybe I am. Well, it's like maybe guys aren't fully bought into what what Nurse is saying at this point. I don't know. I mean,
I do think that this is 2 years in a row where they've had a lot of time to know about Joel's condition and the fact that the offense is still very stagnant, and Maxey is still dealing with the same problems as both a function of the roster construction, but also the fact that there's been nothing creative about how they're deploying the players they have available to them.
Yeah, and I think that's the word you use, deploy. How are you, what situations are you putting them in the game? There are situations where it's why are we getting more of a Dembona one night and less of him another night? When you need the athlete that he is on the court, right? It's the, no offense to Jabari Walker, Trenton Wofford, and these other guys, but sometimes you just need a freak who's going to block shots out there.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and even if I think part of the issue is you have a bunch of these guys who are good at a couple different things, but really not specializing in any kind of one particular thing. And that can be good. And sometimes you just need a flat out hustle guy who can just bring down rebounds and defend and whatnot. But you do need to have some skills that complement clearly your best player. And it's Jabari Walker was shooting 24% from three, and threes aren't everything here, but I don't see what Maxey's supposed to do when the only way to punish the defense is to kick it to a teammate who's open, and none of these guys are providing adequate accuracy from deep. And so it's all these ancillary pieces are nice in different settings and are useful in different settings, but they just don't really fit the scenario where Tyrese is the solo engine.
Yeah, and again, I'm not saying that if they hired another head coach, Nick Nurse, would be 100% better. I'm just wondering. I'm trying to decipher.
I'm joking with you.
No, you go ahead, joke with me, make fun of me. I'll be the bad guy. It's okay. But it's just me. I'm trying to decipher how a game like Sunday is the famous meme now of everyone mean mugging Ant right on the sideline, and it's how do you go from that game to the night before, everyone looking lost, and Tyrese Maxey making the comment about I've had to play 3 different roles this year in this offense. It's how do you flip the switch so quickly? And now you got a team in the Pacers who I guess they're tanking. I'm not 100% sure tonight, so it's
they're pretty much going for the tank. Yeah.
Okay, so you should win the game tonight. So but you should have won up against the Pelicans too. So it's how Sixer fans are, Austin. Sixer fans want answers, even if there is no answer.
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of the conundrum of Joel Embiid. Some people would argue that you don't want him because he is not available enough. And then on the other hand, okay, you trade him. There is no guarantee that in this lifetime you ever see a player as valuable as Joel is. And yet if you keep him, it's you're constantly trying to play this guessing game of how long will he be available for, when will he be available tonight, yada, yada, yada. It's not as Joel, for all of his powers, is not a figure that gives you many answers other than if he's available, then watch it out because you have a generational talent on the court.
Well, and I think that's why, if we're being brutally honest, the problem then isn't Nick Nurse. The problem isn't Joel. The problem it's the fact that you invested all this money in a guy in Paul George who has a history of not always being available. I think that's where maybe the real 2020 is, right? It's the idea that, hey, if you had someone who could at least be with Maxey on the court when Joel is not there.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly an argument for do we spread that money out? The whatever Paul's contract is, I think it's in the 50s this year, I think. But do you spread that money out amongst 3 different shooters, and then suddenly you are more equipped to to be functional without Joel, and those guys are more available consistently without Joel. Maybe it's an interesting universe to live in. I also think that like Paul has been pretty good in this season, and even though like, there are nights when he'll score like 11 points because he's not getting enough touches, but he's still shooting the ball at a high level. He's still playing world-class defense. Like Paul's been extremely valuable to them, and I do think that Paul, for all of the health concerns, like I was having a conversation today. If you take away the recovery from the injury he had in the summer and the suspension that he's had so far, and I get it, like we could do that for any player who's injured, but like if you take away those games, he's still played 77% of this season, and he has not missed time for any new injuries. It was the drug suspension and he's currently on, and it was the time at the beginning of the year because of the recovery from surgery. He's been fairly available. So it's like I understand like maybe the Paul George investment wasn't the best, but I also don't think that you could have calculated that he would have a drug suspension 25 games middle of the season.
No, but it does feed into the narrative that he's not always available. And I think that's where it's like, could you have factored in that he was going to take him, whatever he took that he didn't think was going to be a bad thing? Probably, no one would have guessed that. It's just the idea that if you had somebody else, maybe it just would have been different. Like you said, if you would have spread the money out to maybe a couple different guys who are more of a history of availability, that's all.
No, and I get it. I do think that is the way that Daryl Morey thinks, is like 3 max level guys. I mean, my team is incredibly hard to scheme against in the playoffs and defend in the playoffs, and playoffs are all about how do you manage matchups and whatnot. And I think in theory, like it's a decent theory, but parking that money into guys who are 30 plus is a very volatile investment. And you're only a product of the players you have available to you. And Paul was a rare scenario that to have available, but there is a case to be made. Like, hey, Contavious Caldwell-Pope, for example, not the best player in the world, but maybe a player like him and some other defensive-minded wings helps you kind of seal some of these holes.
Or you just resign George Niang, but yeah.
Wow, you have a love for George Niang.
I'm just thinking of guys who are here. It's just
I'll let George know that you're a big fan.
I've heard he's a nice guy. I never met him.
George is a nice guy. Yes.
He's Austin Krell at NBA Krell on the X platform. Follow all of his work with it on Sports Illustrated, Sixers on SI. And he joined us right here as the Sixers are back at action versus the Pacers. Tom McGinnis on the call here on 97.3 ESPN. Austin, always great stuff, and I appreciate you calling me out on my ish here over here.
I'm never coming back here on ever again, am I?
No, that's why you're coming back. Because this is just too much fun.
There we go. All right, Josh, have a good night.
It's like one of the most unboring interviews of all time. Come on.
That's what I'm here for. That's why I come. I'm the concept.
Thanks, Austin. Appreciate it. Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up on the other side, we'll get back to the text board, 609-403-0973. Scott and Kate May, as well as Jeff in Ocean City. I also see James in Delaware chiming in the White Horse RV text board at 609-403-0973. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Tuesday afternoon. Yes, it is Tuesday. I'm going to get my days and hours straight at some point today here on 97.3 ESPN.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
$529 in the Sports Bash. Get back to the Whitehorse RV text board in just a bit at 609-403-0973. Whitehorse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway is your RV adventure. It starts at Whitehorse RV, and for many of us, you might need to get on an adventure after this crazy weather, this blizzard. You know, I'm sitting here trying to check, you know, what is going on with the outage at my house right now. And I'm just getting like the spinning wheel of death. It's lovely. It's a good time. Yeah. Check is complete. What does that even mean? I mean, these apps are just good grief. Let's get back to sports. Distract ourselves from the stupidity of our monotony in our lives. 609-403-0973 in the Whitehorse RV text board. A bunch of texts coming in. I do want to mention as well, so the viewership numbers have come out for the USA over men's hockey game, gold medal winning game. So NBC is reporting that while the game peaked at 26 million viewers in time for the game winning goal, the average was actually just under 21 million. What is interesting is that the number that they're giving, though, is also the number of people who watched the replay of the game, people like myself. So the actual live number of viewership with 18.6 million viewers. So that means there's another 8 million viewers who watched the replay of the game later. I feel like that number should have been higher. But it seems like, according to the people who are the sports media and television analytics people, that the 8 o'clock start time did negatively impact the viewership for the game. And it seems like in today's world, a lot of people, they don't need to watch a game anymore if they don't want to. They can watch highlights. They can see replay reels online or, on X or TikTok or Instagram. So I do wonder if the game was not 8 a.m. and maybe it was like 3 p.m. or 12 p.m. or how much that viewership would have gone up. It seems like, the last time USA and Canada played in the Olympics, and it was in 2010, and there was way more viewers back then. That game was played at 3 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern. Now, I understand there's only so much you can do when the game is being played in like another country, like Italy. But, I gotta look it up. I don't remember the exact, I thought it was an 8-hour time difference. Let me see here. I thought it was an 8-hour time difference. No, it was actually less than I thought. It's actually only 6. So, if it's only a 6-hour time difference, 8 a.m. Eastern United States would be... See, that's poor. That's like in the middle of the afternoon over there, leading into the evening. You're telling me that game could have been played at like 6 o'clock at night, 7 o'clock at night, and it would have been early afternoon Eastern time? Yeah, that seems like a real fail by the Olympics. Now, I will say, I don't know how much of the schedule of these game times is because of how much of these game times are fortunate to be when they are versus what the schedule dictates them to be. Like, in past years, was that NBC dictating the times, or NBC couldn't dictate this one? were they trying to get the game done as soon as possible so guys can go on flights and get back to their NHL teams? A lot of questions. A lot of questions I don't really have answers to. All right, let's get to the text board. Whitehorse RV text board, 609-403-0973. Joey D. and Ventnor agrees with me. He says, Josh, I feel you on what day it is, with the confused and dizzy emoji. Yeah. Anyone who's dealing with the elements, whether you're working out in them or maybe you're someone who doesn't have electricity or whatever it may be, none of us know what day and time it is. We only know because we have smartphones. More text coming in on Whitehorse RV text board at 609-403-0973. Chuck and Marmora chimed in a little bit earlier about the A.J. Brown stuff. He says, Josh, I disagree with you about A.J. Brown. I think his difficulty showed up on the field. He wasn't giving his all, and yes, his drop passes were definitely part of his attitude. That's the Cardinals' sin in Philadelphia. B-Dog gave 100%. Allen Iverson had issues, but he always gave 100%. Just try isn't too much to ask for, says Chuck and Marmora. Chuck, I don't think you're wrong. I don't think that saying that AJ allowed his, whatever you want to call it, you call it difficulties, issues, whatever it may be, it definitely did bleed into his play. I think the problem is that what makes a guy like AJ Brown different than, let's say, a Terrell Owens, right? Or some of these guys who have played in Philadelphia who have been considered like problem childs, right? Guys in the locker room, other coaches, like there would be reports out there about like them being malcontents, them being problems. Part of the reason why Hassan Reddick got moved was because he was a huge malcontent in the 2023 NFL season to the point where the Eagles felt that they couldn't keep him around. That's kind of more so what I mean, Chuck and Marmora. I'm 100% with you. I have been ripping A.J. Brown for the drops and the lollygagging and the not running routes efficiently. I've been complaining about that for months now. So I'm totally with you on that. And if you came to me, Chuck and Marmora, and said, we got to move on from A.J. Brown because he's not putting 100% effort, he's not giving his all to this team, his talent ceiling does not make up for his inconsistent play, then yes, I'm with you. I just think that part of the reason why the Eagles are not so quick to trade him or to move on from him is because I think they realize that A.J. Brown has not become a problem as certain other athletes have been in the past, whether it's in Philadelphia or other cities, right? He's not become a cancer in the locker room, so they feel maybe a little more comfortable with keeping him versus not. Scott and K-May chimes in on the Whitehorse RV text board at 609-403-0973. Scott says, speaking of experience, the student bodies of both the Army and Naval Academies really need Thanksgiving weekend off, as is the first time they get to see their family for several months. Something to think about. That's why I don't like the idea of Army-Navy being that weekend. And listen, that is a very fair piece of information. I don't think, I never served in the military personally, so I'm not aware of their schedules for the cadets. I can totally see that might be the only week they have available to see family and friends. I just feel like Monken's idea, the head coach of Army, to move the day can be beneficial because of the whole chaos of the college football schedule. Now, Scott, if you're saying that the week of Thanksgiving might not be a good idea, well, maybe you put it the week before Thanksgiving. And then you give everybody off the week of Thanksgiving, and then they resume after that for the conference championship week, and then the playoffs start after that. I don't have Army and Navy schedules like in front of me. Let me look it up. But, I would think that, I just think in general that 9 times out of 10, you can find a way to make these things palatable. I think that we really get hung up on this idea that it can't be done. And it's like, well, it can be done, right? Okay, so here's an example. This past year, Thanksgiving was what day? Thanksgiving was... That can't be right. All right, let me double check this. I just pulled up Navy's football schedule, and let me double check that. So according to this, Navy played Memphis on Thanksgiving this past year. Well, did Army play the same day too? I'm not saying, Scott, you're lying. I'm just trying to figure out why the rest of the guys up all but the football team wouldn't. Let's see here. 2025 Army played that Saturday. So just this year, both teams played the weekend of Thanksgiving. One played on Thanksgiving, the other played the Saturday of Thanksgiving. So it kind of feels like, Scott, if you're making the guys play, but the rest of the cadets get the week off to go see their families, that feels like a little bit of a slap in the face. It sounds like either someone needs to get these football schedules in better, Scott, or someone needs to get the off holiday time for the cadets a little bit better. Because if they both played Thanksgiving weekend last year, why can't they play Thanksgiving weekend every year? Just a thought. Jeff in Ocean City chimes in 609-403-0973. Do you think Team USA will be at tonight's State of the Union address? Jeff, I have no idea. So here's my opinion, okay? And it's only an opinion. I think what Jack Hughes said after the game on Sunday probably is going to give you an idea of what's going to happen, which is there is a perception that guys are playing politics and people are using politics and statements for why they're doing, not doing things. And Jack Hughes said, look, this is not about to be political. He's like, we love our country. We're Americans. I don't get involved in that. And I think that there is, not to speak for anyone, but I think there are more people who feel like Jack Hughes than don't feel like Jack Hughes. The United States just won their first gold medal in 46 years. So if someone says you shouldn't be, I don't know, the White House, the State of the Union, if you're invited, just because you don't like the individual in the office, that feels more like a political statement than saying, yes, I've been invited to do something that I'll never get a chance to do ever again. That's how I look at it. James in Delaware chimes in and asks, does Army and Navy play on Veterans Day? Good question. What day is? It was Veterans Day this year. Veterans Day was November 11th. The problem is Veterans Day is a set day every year. James in Delaware, so this year was on a Tuesday. You're not going to see a college football game on a Tuesday. Yeah, I don't see them doing that. James in Delaware goes on to say at 609-403-0973, he says, I feel like Kawhi Leonard and Joel Embiid are the poster children for today's load management. By the end of their careers, they will probably end up missing 50% of their career, says James in Delaware. Maybe. It is a little ironic that Joel Embiid went to the same doctor as Kawhi, so reading into that what you will. I think the problem is less about people like Kawhi and Joel Embiid because those guys have like legitimate injuries to point to. I think the bigger problem is you have a lot of guys who are not actually injured who have missed games. We have the load management by the Spurs in the early 2010s that was infamous, that Greg Popovich got in trouble for doing with Tim Duncan and Manu Ginobili and Tony Parker. You have the load management of other athletes. Your LeBron Jameses of the world, your Chris Bosh's, your Carmelo Anthony's. And that's why I said earlier, if you get rid of the back-to-back games, I think a lot of this load management stuff goes away. If the NBA would just stop being ignorant and just say, new policy, no more back-to-back games. you probably see a lot of this load management go away. Because James and Delaware, I think part of the problem is there's a huge difference between a guy like Kawhi Leonard and Joel Embiid, who have both had multiple surgeries, multiple season-ending injuries. There's a huge difference between those guys and then a player who is just banged up, not playing on like a Tuesday night in February or, a Thursday night in December, right? To me, there's a huge difference between a guy who's injured and a guy who's just kind of maybe milking the system a little bit. And I think that's where that's where the rule about the 65 games, I think, is still valuable, because now you're creating a dynamic where you're going to, Nikola Jokic and whoever else and saying, how bad do you really want this? If you don't want this award, you don't want this honor, then you don't have to get it. Right? It's the idea that, do you want to win the MVP or do you want to be healthy? Okay, so here's the list again. So Jokic misses one more game. He's no longer eligible for MVP, which, again, I said it earlier, and I'll say it again here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash. I need Jokic to miss a game, so I no longer need to hear broadcasts talk about how he's having an MVP caliber season. So dumb to me. Devin Booker misses 3 more games, right? Victor Wembanyama, he misses 4 more games. Luka 5, SGA 6, Anthony Edwards 7. Meanwhile, LeBron James, Steph Curry, and Giannis are already ineligible. But the difference is that, this is where all things are not equal. LeBron started the year with an injury and took him a while to ramp up and get into shape. Steph Curry has an injury, and you can see him on the bench. He looks like he wants to be out there at all costs. Giannis, nobody really knows if he's injured or not. There's a whole controversy around that. And Jokic, that guy's just, he's a different character. He is a guy who, I think he's at the point in his career where he values the postseason or the regular season. And guess what? If you're going to value that, if you're going to milk your injury, if you're going to say, Tuesday night in February, Thursday night in November, it's not necessary for me to play, then you should not be eligible for the awards. I think this is where the awards, James, are doing their job. Having the rule is going to eliminate the load management people from being in the conversation. Let's squeeze in Dan from EHT on the White Horse RV text board at 609-403-0973. Dan EHT says the Sixers are irrelevant until Joel Embiid is gone. He's a great player, and he should be praised. With that being said, his availability throughout his career and the lack of crunch time playoff delivering has been disappointing. Yes, Joel Embiid has been a disappointment on numerous levels. But I'm with Austin Krell in that I don't know if trading him away is the answer. I think the answer is probably a lot closer to, if Joel Embiid is no longer the centerpiece of your team, and now he is treated more like a part of the best players of the team, now you're changing all the dynamics for the guys, right? Now, if you're building around Maxey and Edgecombe, and then you basically treat Joel like, if he's available, great. If he's not available, fine. I think you can still have him and be of value. The problem is that the organization has built everything around Joel. They've structured around Joel. Joel has been the face of the franchise, the centerpiece for so long that I think it's hard for the organization to try to make that transition when it comes to roster building. All right, coming up next, the Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day, and we will wrap up the show. Josh Hennig hanging out with you, filling for Mike Gill in the Sports Bash. 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app, powered by First Bank in Seattle City, and we are streaming live on YouTube and X at 97.3 ESPN in the Ocean Casino Resort of Atlantic City studio.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like nuclear reactor safety expert.
I disabled the backup cooling system. It was making such an annoying noise. You heard it, right? It was like,
we're on a countdown to core failure.
And you're saying we don't want that?
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Since 1949, local homeowners and businesses have trusted Jenkins Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Jenkins understands these are challenging times, which is why they're offering financing on all plumbing, heating, air conditioning, and maintenance services. Take advantage of utility loans up to $25,000 at 0% for 7 years and rebates up to $2,950. If you're a new or existing customer in need of service, call Jenkins today. Some qualifications apply. Call 609-641-6262 or visit jenkinsandsons.com.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
If you were doing a job and you had to do it at a high level, otherwise you would get fired, do you want somebody that has publicly said they can't trust you? Probably not. Why would you want to have A.J. Brown on this team if at every turn you have to worry about this guy going on a Twitch stream or going on social media or saying something that is critical of how you're operating the team and putting it out there in the public sphere? You wouldn't want to do that. You don't want people that are supposed to be helping you to do the job second-guessing your leadership.
It's a great point by Chris Canny here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. You're on Sports Like this morning, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern. Listen, he's 100% right. if that's the issue. And that's where it is when you hear it coming from a former player. It's not Josh Hennig saying it. It's not Chuck and Morris saying it on the White Horse RV text board at 609-403-0973. It's a guy who played in the league. And he played for some dudes. Bill Parcells, Tom Coughlin. He's played from real coaches. And he knows you can't have a player being in the position that's making the job of the head coach more difficult. Because when you do that, you're creating an environment where, first of all, other players think they're allowed to undermine the coach. And two, you're in a situation where now you're having to dance around people's feelings in an environment where you need to take your feelings and put them in check. Because guess what? Everyone has problems. Everyone has things they're dealing with. But can you come to work and put your best foot forward? Is every day going to be perfect? Yes. But you can still give your 100% effort, and that will put your team in a position to be successful on game day. Thanks to Austin Krell, Nick Earnshaw, Adam Caplan, Frank Klose, and all of you listening on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill. I'll be back tomorrow.